guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukraine needs to respond to Russia's aggression with force. While appearing on ABC's This Week, he said that was the reason for last week's attacks on warplanes deep inside Russia.
We have to prepare such plans because we don't really know if they will stop this war. They don't want to stop the war. This is the problem.
Zelensky says he believes that 34% of Russia's strategic aircraft were destroyed. Zelensky says he wants President Trump to put more pressure on Russia, including stronger sanctions, to help bring an end to the war. The man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador and became a flashpoint of President Trump's immigration policy is back in the U.S. to face criminal charges.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi said Kilmar Abrego Garcia will be charged with human trafficking.
The grand jury found that over the past 9 years, Abrego Garcia has played a significant role in an alien smuggling ring.
Bondi said Abrego Garcia made over 100 human smuggling trips into the U.S. I'm Brian Shook.
Top Trump ally Steve Bannon jumped into the growing feud between Elon Musk and President Trump.
Bannon has called for a formal investigation into Elon Musk's immigration status, claiming Musk is in the country illegally and should be deported. He's also urging the government to suspend Musk's security clearance during any probe. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The CDC is investigating after a Texas woman died from a rare brain-eating amoeba.
According to a recent report, the woman used tap water to clear out her sinuses at an RV campground and soon after started experiencing serious symptoms like a fever, headache, and what they called an altered mental status. The woman received medical treatment for the suspected infection, but according to the report, she started having seizures and died 8 days after the symptoms started.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
We are grateful that the injuries were limited, and for those of us here at the City of Tullahoma, our hearts and minds are with the folks who went through this accident and their upcoming recovery.
An airplane carrying a group of skydivers has crashed into Tennessee.
An estimated 16 to 20 were on board the aircraft. Several have been reportedly flown by medical helicopter to surrounding hospitals. The crash happened about 60 miles south of Nashville. I'm Lisa Carton.
There was a small protest in San Diego County at the Camp Pendleton Marine Base.
We basically wanted to have some FaceTime with the Marines today as they entered and exited the base to remind them that the public's aware of their potential deployment into LA and that basically it's their duty to disobey unlawful orders. We would hope that if they're given an order that would either violate the Constitution or their own morals, that they would not follow that order.
And about 40 protesters showed up today. They stayed for about 2 hours. I'm Phil Farrar.
Colleges can now directly pay their student athletes after a major settlement was reached with the NCAA.
The settlement resolves 3 federal antitrust lawsuits accusing the NCAA of limiting athletes' earning potential. Playing for school pride, getting an athletic scholarship have now been replaced with cash, and lots of it. The NCAA will pay around $2.8 billion in damages over the next 10 years to athletes who played from 2016 to the present. Starting in the fall semester, each school can pay athletes up to a specific limit, with that cap expected to rise each year. I'm Rob Bartier.
I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain.
Yes, indeed. Another dark night on the interstate. And for some, another stormy night on the interstate. Yeah, we'll break it down for you. Texas under the gun again tonight. Portions of I-20, I-30. strong storms that will continue through the overnight hours and in some cases even intensify. But hey, first things first, welcome back, welcome aboard, closing out the weekend as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. We will do so respectively from time zone to time zone, rolling into a Monday. Ah, yes, the greatest day of the week. So what are we doing here? Turn the page on the calendar. Working our way into day number 9 of June. I'm Steve Sommers. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It's another quiet night outside the secret bunker. We did have our fair share of rain over the weekend, some stormy weather, torrential downpours, a little break in the action now, but yeah, they tell us more rain on the way. What do we see? 66 degrees outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio as we get a new day underway. Let's jump right into the ugly weather being encountered there. Southern Oklahoma, dropping into northern Texas, and this line is really sweeping some of these storms. According to some of the warnings I'm seeing, some of these moving from northwest to southeast at nearly 60 miles per hour. So embedded along the front line, we're seeing in some cases 80 mile per hour winds and obviously torrential downpours. There had been a handful of tornado warnings over the past several hours. Looks like about 11 o'clock. Well, it's 11 o'clock Central Time as we speak, a little after. It's about an hour ago. The last tornado warned cell we had seen. All the individual cells have kind of congealed into a strong area of straight line winds, a front. Lots of hail reports, golf ball size hail, $50 size hail, 60 to as much as 80 mile per hour winds. So the National Weather Service, they don't very often use the extreme risk for severe weather, but that's what we have in place overnight tonight. After many active days of severe weather since last week, Mother Nature was not ready to relent. With over 110 million people from the Lone Star State to near the nation's capital at risk for some damaging storms. Of paramount concern, though, is Sunday night as we speak. An area encompassing the Red River Valley, separating Texas and Oklahoma, including the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, which has been under the gun here the past hour. They issued a very rare extreme risk of severe weather for only the second time this year. So a weather regime favorable for high-end severe thunderstorms is underway. It started late in the day Sunday across the southern plains. Initially into the evening, the primary threat was large hail and an isolated tornado, but the situation is expected to rapidly escalate into the overnight hours as individual storms are going to congeal into this powerful line or complex of thunderstorms, which they have done. This is going to begin to shift the primary risk towards damaging, if not devastating, wind gusts. Widespread damaging gusts between 80 and 90 miles per hour could be seen in the high and extreme risk areas. Some gusts could approach 100 miles per hour. Now, these destructive winds will likely result in widespread power outages across the region. Power outages in the most impacted areas could last for multiple days. And winds of this magnitude could pose a greater threat to mobile homes and incomplete construction projects. Areas in the extreme risk zone extended from Lawton and Norman, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Most of these stronger storms have now pushed through, moving through northern Texas, portions of Interstates 30, 35, 40. And we're seeing even down to portions of I-20. When all is said and done, They tell us we could be talking a full-fledged derecho, defined as a widespread, long-lived, damaging windstorm that travels at least 240 miles. Now, the highest risk of that is going to be realized during these overnight hours. So it's imperative to have means of receiving weather warnings. Other parts of the country also at risk of severe weather. Most of this has really begun to diminish through the evening hours in areas of around Chicagoland, portions of southern Georgia to the mid-Atlantic region. Now, the risk of damaging thunderstorms does not end with the weekend. Many of the same areas and elsewhere will see more severe weather through at least Tuesday. A moderate risk of severe weather across the southeast here for Monday, extending from, say, near Nashville to Atlanta, Georgia, and points south and west. The storm leading to this severe weather threat's the same one bringing those high-end severe weather to the plains tonight. So for Monday, thunderstorms bringing torrential rain, hail, and damaging wind gusts, including Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, the world's busiest airport. Any storms that roll through near there could lead to some disruptions across the nationwide air travel grid. Further west, it'll end up being another stormy day for the southern plains, intersecting with many cities that have experienced severe weather through the overnight hours tonight. Now, for later in the day, Monday, the risk will be lower, but still, cities like Amarillo and Austin, Texas, as well as Shreveport, Louisiana, will experience a threat for some damaging storms. By Tuesday, the overall risk will be lower. While heavy rain appears to be the primary concern for the south and into parts of the northeast, a few storms can still be capable of gusty winds from around the Interstate 95 corridor to the Atlantic and down to the Gulf Coast areas. Another area of severe weather will be found across western Texas and parts of New Mexico, with hail and damaging winds the main concerns. So with outdoor summer plans, people traveling, schools out in many areas, people beginning to take those early summer vacations, AccuWeather advises have a way to receive warnings both at and away from home. That's going to be important over the next few days. So you can pick your favorite weather app. I know we've got the AccuWeather app downloaded on our smartphones. So wherever you're at, if you allow them, they can give you notifications for the area you're in as you traverse the country. All righty. Meanwhile, in the Northeast, we will be looking at, you had a beautiful stretch of weather over the weekend, didn't you? Get ready for more storminess and some cooler weather to begin the second week of June here. All right, we'll see who we have checking in here via Facebook, YouTube, out of the box on an early Sunday night, Monday morning. This just popped in from north central Texas. I said we hadn't seen many tornado warned cells. This one is a radar indicated tornado warning. About 10 miles south of Weatherford, Texas, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So there are several counties, northwestern Johnson County. This is considered north central Texas. Southeastern Parker County, southwestern Tarrant County, and northeastern Hood County. That is a tornado warned cell. But again, across this line that stretches for well over 100 miles, we are seeing those continuous strong straight line winds, and we could see an occasional spin up of a tornado even through the overnight hours. Welcome aboard, the greatest day of the week. I do see, we haven't heard from Captain Ron. Maybe one of these days we'll be able to get the full report, the update. Haven't even got to talk to him since he took his Alaskan cruise. Of course, he and the better half had both been under the weather since then. And he says he's still feeling kind of puny. I guess he was tested for COVID, negative. He was tested for the flu, negative. I said some kind of bug going around, though, so I'll be sticking in the background. But he is out there moving the freight. Semper Fi shout out to Knucklebuster and Truckin' Phil. And away we go. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, hello to Philly Dan out of the box. It's that time again, he says. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Los Angeles is a war zone. Yes, indeed it is. We've got the latest there. 3 days of rioting in the streets. Portions of LA are burning tonight. There's Gary Montgomery on board. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Roy checks in from Northwest Illinois. 59 degrees, a clear night. Marianne in the house. Hello, Steve, the overnight family. Hope everybody enjoyed the weekend. All right, there's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there, drivers. Hello to Brett. 95 degrees at Bullhead City, Arizona right now. It was 107 degrees for a high this past afternoon. Wow. 95 degrees. A little after, 10 o'clock in the evening there? Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour with chaos in L.A. Brought to you by the Democrat Party and the whacked out lefties. Make no mistake about it, this was an orchestrated attack. A video of bricks being stacked up, Molotov cocktails being prepared, information being sent out via the internet as to where to respond. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. The deep state is doubling down, folks. Peace, love, and tranquility. All right, thank you, Pappy. Hello, Bill. Just like that, the weekend's over. Good morning, Steve, and everyone. 61 at the home 20. Horicon, Wisconsin tonight. I should be out somewhere sometime tomorrow. And over the weekend, zebra update. Ed the zebra has been returned home. Finally, after, it was nearly a week? Maybe a week and a few days, Ed was on the loose. And I saw a video. It looks like they actually brought in a helicopter and used the special harness that they would use for the likes of horses and whatnot, other large animals, and airlifted him back to his home destination there. And I'm guessing that probably cost a pretty penny to get Ed back home, but looks like Ed is safe and sound, in good health. Hello, TAC. Morning, Steve. Happy Monday. 77 degrees, Bartlett, Tennessee. We're headed into Memphis to get us a load, and then we're headed out west, Fontana, California. Hopefully, they'll keep all that riot mess contained there in L.A., right? You don't want to be rolling. If you have freight going into LA, it's kind of like reminiscent of the deja vu, the summer of love, riot summer, where this kind of stuff was going on in numerous cities, including Los Angeles. But truck drivers have to be prepared to kind of brush up on what your company's policy would be if you end up in a ugly situation, being surrounded or blocked by protesters. What do you do, right? All right, hello to Dwight. I'm hearing about the lynching in North Carolina. No, I did not. I'll have to research that. All right, looks like L.A. is a no-go zone right now. James, yes, that's definitely for trucking operations. You're going to have to check ahead. Let's see. Good morning from the Mile High City. Cloudy sky, 63 degrees. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Ready for another week. Thanks for all the first responders keeping us safe and everyone working the overnight shift, helping to keep this world turning 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Indeed. All right, Jason, good morning, Steve, here in Hebron, Nebraska. 62 degrees, a partly cloudy night. The roads are dry. All right, have a great day. Everybody be safe out there. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 71, kind of a humid night. Had some nice weather this past day. Well, we finally have a pool. A pool that works. It's not leaking. Now, to go after that incompetent pool guy from last year to get our money back and make him pay for all the expenses we incurred. Yes, Los Angeles has lost their minds, and I have a driver that's going to be south of there, and I hope he doesn't run into any issues there. We did have a torrential downpour Saturday about 5:45 in the afternoon, just as we were trying to get to the restaurant to celebrate the stepson's birthday. A lot of lightning, thunder, wind. It was rather short-lived, though. I hope everybody had a great weekend. Have a great night out there, and as always, be careful. Ice Cream Man checking in from the home in Columbus, Ohio. Seeing the destructions and the protests in L.A., it is downright sad. All these folks that are supporting the illegals in our country. He says, as a former combat Army veteran, pisses me off to see another country's flag flying on our streets. All right, Mark says, there was no lynching in North Carolina, just somebody hanging around. Lord Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 59 degrees, Columbus, Nebraska. As you read this, I have my powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed north for Parks Livestock. We're going to start another epic week of high-speed cow trucking. Special one-night-only tag team shout-out to Brain Dead and the Dingbat from Platte County, Nebraska tonight. All right, who else we got on board? There's the Michigan Madman who says, what a mess in L.A. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Mark says, you remember the Rodney King riots. Yes, indeed. Let's see. Darren 175. Any relationship to Dale Sommers, a.k.a. the Truckin' Bozo? I miss him as well as Bill Mack. Yeah, Darren, if you just found us there via the likes of YouTube, the Truckin' Bozo, that was my father. Yes, indeed. I started working with him 1996 when he had retired from terrestrial radio back in 2004. I took his position there, and here we are today. Any relation Yeah, it's in the blood. All right, we got about a minute before news break. We'll give you more on L.A. Knucklebusters on board. We got the Plowboy checking in, closing out the weekend. Lines available at 844-844. Yeah, 3388. Sunday was day number 3. Law enforcement officers firing tear gas, rubber bullets, protesters in L.A. gathering downtown in response to President Trump's deployment of the National Guard over the objections of both Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass. These clashes, day number 3, as the immigration crackdown continues in that region and around the country. Now, with the arrival of the first approximately 300 federal troops, anger and fear, they say, among residents. By midday Sunday, hundreds had gathered outside the Metropolitan Detention Center in downtown L.A. People were detained after some earlier immigration raids. Protesters directing chants of shame and go home at members of the National Guard. And things just kind of continued to deteriorate throughout the day and into the evening. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. National Guard troops on the ground in Los Angeles as anti-ICE protests are up for a third day. President Donald Trump says he is ready to enforce law and order. Meanwhile, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass says the situation in L.A. is about an agenda. Kamala Harris says she's appalled by what is taking place in L.A., saying the Trump administration's actions are about stoking fear and not about public safety. National Guard troops deployed to L.A. amid anti-ICE protests are there to keep the public safe, according to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. And House Speaker Mike Johnson says that President Donald Trump is showing real leadership in sending the National Guard troops into Los Angeles over the objection of Governor Gavin Newsom. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So again, by midday, hundreds had gathered in downtown LA around the Metro Detention Center there. After some of those protesters got very close to guard members, another set of uniformed officers advanced on the group. Smoke canisters. Minutes later, the LA Police Department firing rounds of crowd control munition, trying to disperse the protesters, stating they were assembled unlawfully. Much of the group then moved to block traffic on the 101 freeway. Gavin Newsom says the presence of the National Guard is actually inflaming tensions, formally requesting the president to remove the Guard members. It's a breach of state sovereignty. Trump says the National Guard is necessary because Newsom and other Democrats have failed to stop recent protests targeting federal immigration agents. But this deployment appears to be the first time in decades that a state's National Guard was activated without a request from its governor. Yeah, pretty significant escalation against those who've sought to hinder the mass deportation efforts. The arrival of the National Guard following 2 days of protests that started Friday in downtown LA, then spread into Saturday to Paramount, which is a heavily Latino city south of the city, as well as neighboring Compton, as federal agents set up a staging area Saturday near a Home Depot in Paramount. Demonstrators tried to block Border Patrol vehicles, hurling rocks and chunks of cement. In response, agents in riot gear unleashing tear gas, flashbang explosives, pepper balls. Tensions obviously very high. There have been a series of immigration sweeps that took place the previous day as the tally of immigrants arrested in the city climbed above 100. These recent protests, smaller than past events that have brought the National Guard to L.A., referring back to the Watts and the Rodney King riots and the 2020 protests against police violence. in which Newsom requested the assistance of federal troops at that time. Last time National Guard was activated without a governor's request or permission was 1965. Lyndon B. Johnson sent troops to protect a civil rights march in Alabama. In a directive Saturday, Trump invoked a legal provision allowing him to deploy federal service members when there's a rebellion or a danger of rebellion against the authority of the government in the United States. He's authorized a total of 2,000 members of the National Guard. Speaking to reporters this past day, as he was boarding Air Force One, he says there are violent people in Los Angeles, and they're not going to get away with it. Now, asked if he planned to send U.S. troops to L.A., Trump replied, "We're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Biden." Now, he didn't elaborate, but he also said California officials standing in the way of deportations could actually face charges. You had the Wisconsin judge that was arrested last month that helped the illegal evade immigration authorities, right? It is, if officials stay in the way of law and order, they will face charges. And even Tom Homan, the border czar this past day, indeed, threatened Gavin Newsom and Mayor Bates, or what's her name, Bats, that they could face charges as well. It's Mayor Bass. It's 844-844-3388. And Knuckle Buster getting the new week underway. How was your weekend?
Just one of them weekends there. Tennessee hasn't woke up yet. She's in and out. She'll wake up a little bit, smile at you, and then go right back to sleep. So, but they say they'll eventually get her out of it. So I don't know. We'll see. I want to do a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Sommers, and Lauren Wheat there from my shiny, cleaned up plastic truck with the shiny chrome on it, headed westbound towards Dallas, Texas. Did I get close to imitating him there a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. That'll work.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Well, anyway, about them rights out there, we got to rule of law. And you see the cop put that sticker on the back of that car that says to protect and serve.
Mm-hmm.
They're not there to protect and serve me and you, the individual, although they basically do, but they're there to protect and serve the Constitution, which is the rule of law. So you ain't going to follow the law. What was Beretta said, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. So don't cry when they lock you up. That's all I can tell you.
Yep.
Well, let's talk about them onboard cameras for a little bit. I've got cameras in all of my personal vehicles. They record the front. They record off of the back. It's a backup camera. They don't have one facing me in my pickups or Tennessee's car, either way. I pulled up to a red light. Stop. I'm sitting there waiting on this light to turn green. And when this light turned green, this woman just plowed into the right side of me, Steve. And she's like, you saw me. You saw me. I didn't see you do nothing until you hit me. So when we pulled over to the side in the parking lot over there at that Exxon gas station, the cop showed up there. They talked to her first, and then they come over and wanted to know what my side of the story was.
Mm-hmm.
I just played that video for them, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who got the ticket? Guess who got the ticket?
Not you.
So it wasn't me. He told me, he says, let me just get your information right quick, and then you're free to go. So I've got a witness. I ain't got to worry about nothing. If they try to sue my insurance company or me personally, I've got a personal lawyer that lives right next door to me. So I'm good to go. Come on with it. I'm ready for it any day of the week there. So all I can tell as a professional driver, I take public safety as my number one priority, but I take my safety also. So, and I protect myself. Bottom line there, right? How was your weekend?
Had a good weekend. I got the pool's looking a little better. It's still a tad bit cloudy. I think I got to get the alkalinity and the pH up to par, but it's much better.
All right, well that's good. Well, I keep mine open year round. Ziggy, he don't care how cold that water gets. Colder it is, the better he likes it. But then when it comes out and tries to shake all over you, that is not a good thing, especially when it's like 40 degrees, right?
Right, yep.
Or colder. Yep. I'm like, get away from me, boy. So anyway, yep. He's a mess. But he's staying with my daughter right now. He ain't happy about that. He ain't, they've got an in-ground swimming pool. I asked him, has he been in it yet? And they said, no, not yet. They won't let him in it there. So they keep him out of that pool. So anyway, my other daughter's got a pool too. She won't let him swim in it either. So I guess I'm the only one brave enough to let him swim, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does your dog swim?
Turbo is not fond of water whatsoever. Now, Ace, he's the new guy, and I'm not really sure. It'd be interesting to see if he takes a plunge.
Oh, I hear you. What about your son, though?
I don't think he swims. I don't think either one of their dogs swim.
Yeah, I don't know if German Shepherds are real big on swimming there, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, anyway, that's all my book for this go around. It's almost a quarter after break, so I'll get quiet and let somebody like Horse Feather said with more intelligence call in. We'll call in later on.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in, getting the week underway. There you go. And it is 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines. What's the latest on the Elon Musk, Donald Trump meltdown? In the world of NASCAR, somebody said a few minutes ago that they saw all the NASCAR haulers kind of rolling through the Indianapolis area a bit ago. As soon as the race ended there in Michigan, they said the haulers would be hitting the road, and they're headed southbound. Of course, next weekend they'll have to be in Mexico City. So they're off and rolling. Bob, who said, saw the NASCAR haulers north of Indianapolis, I-69, as they are rolling toward Mexico. All right, we'll turn into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control, on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, back at it here. What we see, Buckeye Boy said he was talking about a driver headed out there getting pretty close to L.A. He said, my driver's going to Rancho, is it Dominguez, which is right next to Compton, apparently. Based on what I'm sharing, he said, that doesn't sound like good news. All right, Lord Weiss. Sending my love out to the Knucklebuster. He said, you did a fine job there, sir. There you go. Do the NASCAR haulers have private security escorts to get them down to Mexico City? Yeah, security is one of the big concerns. Mark responded, haulers are inspected at the racetrack by Border Patrol. Then the trailer is sealed. They can cross the border into Mexico without stopping. It's a 2,200-mile drive, though, from the speedway there in Michigan to Mexico City. So, indeed, it's a long haul. The NASCAR haulers are rolling. I think they're supposed to arrive there along the U.S.-Mexico border sometime Tuesday. Then they again proceed down to arrive at the track Thursday of this week if all goes according to plan. Meanwhile, Plowboy, how was your weekend there, Plowboy?
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, just like normal, work. Get to work up to Juneteenth, and we're off today, so trying to take advantage as much as we can. I don't know. I got a question for Brandon. He might know. I don't know whether he does, but are they NASCAR haulers? Are they teamed activated trucks, or are they how that done? I don't know. That's a valid question. But, yeah, you said the word Compton. I used to be out there every Monday morning. Thank God I'm not out there. That would not be a pretty sight to see, because if I remember right, a bunch of these insurance companies, whether it be truck or even your personal vehicle, if it's involved in a riot, your insurance is not worth crap. I mean,
yeah. Riot, insurrection, war, correct, yes. They've got provisions in there for that, yep.
Oh, yeah, they got them written in there deep. You'll never get backed out. Yeah, when you were talking about them bricks, you know what them yahoos did back, if I remember right, Ferguson and Minneapolis? They had these pre-planted bricks, so they were all ready to...
They were brought in on... They actually had pallets of bricks under tarps on street corners. Yeah. I mean, that's organized.
Now, Steve, I got a dumb question for you. And it's a smart-ass question. Can we not go through our city cameras, our red light cameras, and any other cameras to get the license plates on these damn vehicles?
I would certainly think.
They'd be a nice...
Yeah.
It'd be get out your gold or your silver bracelets and lock them up tight. But thinking about that also, Gavin Newsom needs to shut his mouth, because he might go in jail and fit there very easily. Have you seen what he's been doing, what he posted here, or not post, but it's kind of a new or Can he not be arrested for basically not wanting to give the federal government their tax money from the state of California? I forget how many billions of dollars that loudmouth said that California gives. I forget how many billions of dollars that loudmouth said that government. But anyway, he's talking about withholding due to all of what's going on. I'm sorry, but that's my opinion. Activate, Steve. And I think he looks nice to get, but oh, by the way, did you see where we got the poster child for Father's Day back in our country?
Yes, I did see that. But now he's gonna be on trial. He's gonna be going back to jail, right?
Yeah, he can live there. Take Chris Von Holland and all them that went down there, all these protests, and throw them in the same damn cell with them. I can give you a rat's ass less. They'll pour fresh concrete, go to new jail. Perfect place. And last of all, this is new news. Did you see where they got America's police chief red-handed within a mile and a half of the jail that he walked out of?
Now,
Arkansas?
Where was Arkansas? No, I did not catch that. Oh, I did see the headline. Yeah, the former police chief, the guy that was on the lam, on the run.
Yeah, a mile and a half from the prison. I guess you didn't get very far away. Maybe they didn't think they were going to look that close. That was kind of unique in a way, but I don't know. But there was one other thing I had. Oh, you've heard of these hikers going and getting into trouble. I always felt this way, but I don't know. They might sound like one of the counties up in Washington, Jackson County or something like that, is wanting to put a charge on these people whenever they go hiking or climbing or whatever they want to do. Oh, I just said it didn't work. But if they get themselves in trouble, that one particular county, I think it ought to go nationwide. Get yourself in trouble up on one of them mountains or doing whatever. Child play, you think? Charge you for every manpower it takes to go get them. I may be rude and crude, but I don't know. I feel like if they want their Darrow award and they don't get it, charge them for it. But, well, that's about all I got. Oh, by the way, you were saying Weatherford County down in there, or Weatherford, Texas? Hell, that's just right there west of Dallas, like with the 30-some-odd miles.
Yep.
It's going to be a lively night down in there. And again, it's pretty lively anyway, whether it's wet or dry. All right, sir, I'll get off here for the time being. Y'all have a good night. God
all right, Plowboy, thank you much. And the rest of the story, where you're talking about Gavin Newsom, the governor there, got a couple minutes before news break here. The border czar, Tom Homan, this past day warned anyone preventing immigration enforcement from deporting illegals will be subject to arrest and prosecution. It was an interview with NBC News this past day. He was asked, does that include Governor Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass? To which he replied, I'll say it about anybody. You cross that line. It's a felony to knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien. It is a felony to impede law enforcement from doing their job. Homan plainly stated he doesn't believe Bass has crossed the line yet. And he said Newsom is an embarrassment for the state. He's the one feeding this mantra. If you support sanctuary cities, you support sanctuary law. If he cared about public safety in the state of California, he would not have a sanctuary for criminals, where criminals get released onto the streets every day because of his policies. Later in the interview, he was asked about the protests in Los Angeles over the deportation operations, to which he responded tersely, they cross the line, they get arrested. A lot of people worry about what you had said about potentially people could be killed, to which the border czar said, I worry about that as well. I worry about it every day, every night before I go to bed. Last night I went to bed, I prayed that my officers go home safe, and I prayed the protesters would be safe. But when you cross the line and cause this type of violence, it's only common sense. This rhetoric keeps rising, and rising. Somebody's going to get hurt. That's undoubtedly going to be the case. I don't know. I saw there how many of the automated, what do they have, like the automated taxis out there in California, in the LA areas, at the Waymo, or numerous Waymo vehicles being burning in the streets this past evening. No idea how many police cruisers burning in the streets of Los Angeles. They've got a mess on their hands. More to come as we roll into a Monday. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he's ready to enforce law and order as anti-ICE protests continue in L.A. The president spoke to reporters briefly on his way to Camp David today.
We see danger to our country and to our citizens, and we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order.
The comments come after President Trump ordered the deployment of 2,000 members of the California National Guard. California Governor Gavin Newsom criticized that move, calling it purposefully inflammatory. DOJ's access to sensitive Social Security data is being restored by the Supreme Court.
The High Court lifted the order blocking the Social Security Administration from granting DOJ access to the information. This marks a win for the Trump administration. DOJ will now have access to the sensitive information of millions of Americans, as it says it tries to get rid of fraud and modernize outdated systems. I'm Brian Shook.
A man who was mistakenly deported by the White House is back in the U.S. to face criminal charges.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia was sent to a prison in El Salvador from Maryland on what the Trump administration originally said was an administrative error, but later said he was a member of the MS-13 gang. Federal grand jury has indicted Abrego Garcia for allegedly transporting illegal immigrants within the U.S. I'm Lisa Taylor.
There's a major egg recall sparked by a multi-state salmonella outbreak.
79 people across 7 states have gotten sick with the same outbreak strain of salmonella that has been tied to eggs. So far, 21 41 people have been hospitalized and no deaths have been reported. On Friday, August Egg Company, based in Hillmar, California, recalled over 1 million dozen brown cage-free and brown certified organic eggs due to potential salmonella contamination. The recalled eggs were sold to retailers and restaurants in Arizona, California, Illinois, Indiana, Nebraska, New Mexico, Nevada, Washington, and Wyoming. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
The Coast Guard has been searching for a small plane that crashed with 6 people on board off the coast of San Diego.
Coast Guard officials say the plane was a Cessna 414 with 6 people on board that reportedly crashed 3 miles west of Point Loma. Crew sent a Jayhawk helicopter from Ventura, fixed-wing aircraft from Sacramento, and 3 ships from San Diego for the search. The crash was initially reported just before 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm Jack Cronin.
Procter & Gamble is set to cut 6% of its workforce.
The maker of Pampers, diapers, and Tide detergent will get rid of 7,000 jobs over the next 2 years as it restructures. Executives at a conference in Paris on Thursday said this approach is not new and is meant to accelerate the company's current strategy. In April, Procter & Gamble said it would raise the price of some of its products, and it was set to make every move it could to offset the impact of tariffs. I'm Matt Mattinson.
The owner of the Girls Do Porn website is pleading guilty in San Diego 3 years after he was caught hiding in Europe.
42-year-old Michael Pratt fled the country in 2019 and was on the FBI's most wanted list before being caught in Spain in 2022. He's now entered a guilty plea to sex trafficking and conspiracy charges after making $17 million off the San Diego-based website. Prosecutors said the company told some women the videos would only be used privately before instead releasing them on the internet, and other victims were held in San Diego and forced to take part in the filming. Other men have been sentenced to 14 and 20 years in prison in the case, and Pratt will be sentenced in September. I'm Jack Cronin.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, welcome back. Welcome aboard, those just joining us. as we close out the weekend Monday. Ah, yes. Get a new week started. Hope you enjoyed the weekend. Trying to recollect back on our Friday morning program. Did I not hear some discussion, some recommendations that maybe Denny Hamlin should just retire? You know, like he really doesn't have it anymore. Denny Hamlin wins. Denny won the race this past day in Michigan. I said something about I'm very pleased that I proved 60,000 people wrong. How about that? Congratulations to Denny, and I knew our two-time world champion bull hauler gives that a big thumbs up. That's his guy, number 11. Yeah, I know, it's a Toyota, but Denny Hamlin, another victory. Meanwhile, let me see here. Under the industry headlines, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration announced Friday that certain Biden administration requirements have been removed from a commercial vehicle safety grant program. In the announcement, the FMCSA said the availability of up to $89.4 million in competitive funding through the Commercial Driver's License Program Implementation Grant. They also announced that climate change and diversity, equity, and inclusion requirements for obtaining a CDLPI grant have been rescinded in an effort to focus solely on safety. Under Transportation Secretary Duffy, this year's notice of funding opportunity eliminates the DEI and climate change provisions that were mandated under the Biden administration. Previously, recipients of this critical safety grant were forced to prioritize climate change and DEI agendas alongside the core safety objectives. This change ensures the taxpayer dollars are now fully dedicated to genuine safety improvements, appropriate accountability, and real measurable outcomes. Now, the program awards funding to state CDL programs to achieve compliance with federal licensing and programmatic standards. The goal is to reduce crashes involving commercial vehicles by providing only vetted and qualified drivers a CDL, consolidating documentation requirements to include only one driving record and only one licensing document for these drivers, commonly referred to as one driver. One license, one record, and ensuring complete, accurate driver histories for the CDL holders are secure and maintained. Some of the entities that can apply for these funds, obviously state driver licensing agencies, other state agencies, local governments, cities, townships, counties, federally recognized Native American tribal governments, and nonprofits that have a 501c3 status with the Internal Revenue Service. All right, Sasquatch on a Monday. How we doing, Sasquatch?
Good. Oh, we're doing pretty good so far. Had a good weekend. Got to go out and tool around on the motor scooter Saturday, getting ready for my big trip out west. Did all right with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to give a cheer for what's going on in California, since that seems to be where most of the riots are going, okay, and been taken over the years. Can we go out there on that San Andreas fault and just drill like 3 million holes?
Drop them off.
And run some, well, give them some excitement. Put a little dynamite or something in there and just kind of blow that, just kind of just drop it off the face of the map and be done. But on the serious side, what I don't understand is If I tell my boss no, I get fired or suffer some severe consequences. So how can a governor or a mayor of a state tell their boss, no, we don't believe that? Whether you like it or not, President Trump is their boss.
Mm-hmm.
How do you tell him no when he's there to protect you and protect what we have established for over 200 years to give the people of this country something to look forward to, something that we have, something that we've gained, something that we've built as a nation and a country of immigrants, and to preserve that. So if you're going to do this, do it the right way and get your papers before you come in. And I understand that there's a human factor with all of the people that they're trying to deport. You know, it is. It's a scary thought. It's sad. It's sad that we have to spend our government's money to deport these people instead of supporting them. But when it goes down the way it has gone down and you try to take advantage of it, then yeah, you're going to pay the price. And I think that we're not doing enough. I think there's more that should be done to eliminate it all the way across, not just major names or crime groups, just whatever. And I just don't get how somebody can say, no, we can't do that. And we can't tell him to do that. I'm sure the last thing that Mr. Trump wants to do, or our president, is send troops or National Guard out, since it hasn't been done since 1965. Did I lose you?
No, we got you. Yep, it's
okay. Got off and quiet, and so why not support him? Quit rioting. What's the point? It's not going to. It's not your. Everything that they destroy is going to be a tax dollar item. All the cruisers, all the other stuff. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention the effects, because it said that they were using riot-controlled ammunition or riot ammunition to control the crowds. Okay.
Yep.
Remember when they had the big riots in Columbus, Ohio, a few years ago? I don't remember what it was, but several good friends of mine were on the law enforcement of that. Here you are shooting at people that was causing riots. That messed with those guys is really bad. So I get, and they're just shooting. It's little beanbags.
Beanbags, and sometimes pepper balls, I think.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But until you pointed a gun at somebody, it's hard to get a grasp on that. So all these people out here, I feel sorry for you, for the countries that you've had to come from. And the starvation, the deprivation, all the things that happened 200 years ago, and it's still happening in these countries. But we managed to do it right 200 years ago when we didn't have the communications that we have now. So why can't you do it right now? Why can't you go get your paperwork, go get what you need to get, become a citizen of the United States, when you can sit in Spain and see whatever, okay? I live in a little town here in Ohio and got to order something from England. Why can't we do all this without all this hassle?
Well, they have the opportunity. That's what, President Trump had offered. You can self-deport and then get in line and come in the proper way. That's, now he's pretty much stating if you do it that way, if you self-deport and get in line, you can come back into the country. But if we have to go out and find you, arrest you, and have to deport you the hard way, that puts you on the no return list. You ain't coming back. Obviously, the incentive of possibly being able to legally come in is not enough to prompt many of them to do so. A very limited number have actually taken advantage of the self-deportation process at this point. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, once again, as we get a brand new week underway, lines available at 844-844-3388. Now, what we're seeing in Los Angeles, California, just one of many, many sanctuary cities around the country. The looming question, is this going to begin spreading? Will other jurisdictions allow things to get out of control as they have in L.A.? Now, apparently, the sheriff there doesn't even want to... he's coming out and telling them he's not going to arrest them. Take you to a sheriff in the state of Georgia. Not exactly sure where Butts County is. But he says, as I sit and watch what's happening in Los Angeles, I am disturbed to no end. The Los Angeles police chief made a public statement that they will not assist or help ICE agents in arresting individuals that are entering this country illegally, which, to no surprise, is a criminal offense. The law is the law. And there are, in fact, laws that I don't like. But we change them at our state capitals or in the halls of Congress, not by destroying communities and actually attacking our brave men and women in uniform. Washington, D.C. has put out a list of cities and counties in Georgia that are labeled as sanctuary cities. Last week, the Department of Homeland Security released their list, naming the cities of Atlanta and Athens, as well as DeKalb, Fulton, Douglas, and Athens-Clarke counties. Each jurisdiction will receive a formal notice of noncompliance and could face federal consequences. Now, the people of these cities and counties need to hold their elected officials accountable before mass numbers of criminals flock to these cities and these counties to avoid apprehension and deportation. This is the reason ICE went to Los Angeles, because it is a sanctuary city sheltering the illegal immigrants from justice. Here is my promise to the people of the state of Georgia as sheriff. My deputies and I have statewide jurisdiction, and we took an oath to defend and support the Constitution of Georgia and the United States. I'll be damned if I will sit idle if and when this nonsense moves across this nation and into the state of Georgia and do nothing. I hope the people will press the elected officials in the listed cities and counties to act before the chaos strikes this state. Tom Homan, there are 159 counties in the great state of Georgia. I can only speak for one, but my deputies and I will walk into any county in this state assisting as a partner to help you do your job. Now, to the chief of police in Los Angeles, you should turn your badge in and resign the profession immediately. For you to allow anyone in your jurisdiction to be spit on, have bricks thrown at them, stores being looted, cars being firebombed, property being destroyed, and you go public saying that you will not assist, this is a disgrace to the oath you took and the badge you wear. As Jason Aldean says best, try that in a small town. Sheriff Gary Long, again, of Butts County, Georgia, but pretty much putting it on the line. All right, who else? We got 844-3388. Well, we had, kind of the rumors, the rumblings, and I guess we can now say it is official. Ram Trucks officially announcing its entry into the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, marking a major return to the sport after years of speculation and a long absence from competitive stock car racing. After months of growing speculation and years of anticipation, Stellantis Ram Trucks confirming Saturday it will return to NASCAR, officially entering the Craftsman Truck Series. The announcement positions Ram as the fourth original equipment manufacturer alongside Toyota, Chevrolet, and Ford, of course. This after kind of a cryptic teaser that was posted on June the 8th on Ram's official X account, which hinted at the return with a video of a Ram truck reporting a burnout. As the tire smoke cleared, a racetrack emerged in the background, kind of a visual clue that sparked immediate buzz across the motorsports media. Anything we can do to have more manufacturers in the sport would be great, according to one of the Fox Sports hosts, during the Truck Series race in Michigan on Saturday. Commenting on the teaser, he said, we'll have to see what they're getting at with the truck that they were showing there. Now the mystery's been solved. In a statement, the CEO of Ram addressed the motivation behind the return. For more than a decade, customers and our dealer network ask about getting back into NASCAR. The desire was always there, but we didn't have a plan that delivered that last tenth. And following just didn't fit our DNA. Now we have a solid plan that will set us apart from the field and bring fresh new interest and engagement to America's motorsport. Now, there's going to be more details on our NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series program later this year. We're undoubtedly having fun with the project. I'll look forward to sharing information on our team and how getting back on the track relates to the future of Ram's performance. Of course, the reaction from NASCAR leadership was also enthusiastic. Now, according to Newsweek, Sports Business Journal previously confirmed the move with 4 people familiar with the matter in the document seen by SBJ, reporting that Ram planned to re-enter the Truck Series. The same division where Toyota made its NASCAR debut back in 2004. Of course, Stellantis, Ram's parent company, hasn't participated in NASCAR since 2012, when the Dodge brand exited the sport. The last time Ram or Dodge trucks competed in the Craftsman Truck Series was in 2016. So with this, Ram Trucks kind of renews its connection to American motorsports, signals a performance-focused direction for the brand. So there you go. More specifics about the team and the vehicle design coming up later this year in the months ahead. All right, what do you say? Get a news break here and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Rolling into the greatest day of the week, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he's ready to enforce law and order as anti-ICE protests continue in L.A. The president spoke to reporters briefly on his way to Camp David today.
We see danger to our country and to our citizens, and we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order.
The comments come after President Trump ordered the deployment of 2,000 members of the California National Guard. California Governor Gavin Newsom criticized that move, calling it purposefully inflammatory. Doge's access to sensitive Social Security data is being restored by the Supreme Court.
The High Court lifted the order blocking the Social Security Administration from granting Doge access to the information. This marks a win for the Trump administration. Doge will now have access to the sensitive information of millions of Americans, as it says it tries to get rid of fraud and modernize outdated systems. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here where we leave off. All right, promised we'd get back to the calls on a Monday. What's going on, pup?
Hey, how are you today, Steve?
Oh, greatest day of the week, they say.
I don't know about that. But he's always giving a shout out and stuff, and he makes it seem simple. But I'm going to give a shout out to Lauren Weiss. That loading those animals. I've hauled grain, I've hauled animals and everything, and I'm one of those plastic trucks anymore that's in his way all the time.
All right.
Give him a big old shout out and stuff. And Pappy a shout out. Could you imagine having Pappy's job with what's going on there in California if that would happen in your area?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, my gosh. Steve, where do the people, they can't, like when you get done with your radio show and you get done with everything and you're taking care of your pool, you're taking care of your house, you're taking care of your property and everything, where do you find the energy to protest?
Right? Exactly.
It just, those people are just lazy bums. And I about guarantee you they're getting paid to do that.
I was gonna just, because how do you get so much time off day after day to be out there? Because they return day after day after day.
I don't know, Steve. I mean, my gosh, I was just proud of myself. Before the rain came, I got some of the garden planted and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. And so I just wanted to call in and say hi and stuff. And so your pool's a little bit green.
Yeah, when I took the cover off last week, I shocked the heck out of it. So it's not green.
Uh-huh.
It's not clear. It's kind of cloudy, but you can see the bottom. It's just kind of a little hazy.
Do you have one of those automatic vacuums?
No, I got the old fashioned. Got that 25-foot pole that I get up there on the deck and vacuum.
Well, I'll tell you what, my buddy's got a pool, and he's got one of those vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
That thing is amazing. It's like it's on tracks, and it can go up the sides of the wall and everything.
Really?
It is pretty cool. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Might want to look into one of those, and that'd be easy peasy.
Right.
But no, I just wanted to know. Everybody that listens to your show is a hard-working person, and they don't have time to protest. So I was just wondering where the heck those people are doing.
Right.
So
Yep.
that's about all I've got to say tonight, Steve. I love listening to you. I love the show, and we'll be sitting back.
Copy the mail, as 5-7 used to say. All right. Hello to James. Let's see. Mark is on board. Plowboy had referenced what he called him, the father of the year, right? The Maryland man. That many Democrats had actually gone down, trying to bring him back. He's back, but he's back here to only ultimately end up in federal prison for many, many years. Now, Mark says, just watch how the Democrats are going to try to distance themselves from their one-time golden boy. All right, Jeffrey in Florida chimes in, said, "Good morning, Steve. I'm going downhill." All right, not sure exactly what Jeffrey's health issues entail. None of my business, but he'd told us before that he was kind of confined to a wheelchair. He was always concerned when these hurricanes were coming in to southern Florida that he lived in an apartment, like on the third floor or something. And the only way he could get out was via the elevator. And if the power went out, how do I get out? So we'll say a prayer for those out there, for those believers. Say a prayer for Jeffrey. Philip up and Adam, good morning from Florida. All right, there's Sunshine. Hello, Steve. Have a great day, everyone out there. Let me see. Garcia. Now, he's the one that was deported, all the controversy for several months. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. More than 2 months after being deported to a prison in El Salvador. He's back in the U.S., but now facing criminal charges. The 29-year-old accused by the government of being a criminal gang member, of course we know that. Democrats have demanded his return on the basis that he wasn't given the opportunity to defend himself against the accusations in court. Some of those transported were also part of the notorious MS-13 gang. The report says the federal grand jury has indicted Garcia for transporting illegals within the U.S. The indictment alleges Garcia transported migrants from Texas in a years-long conspiracy. Thousands of illegal aliens, including children, transported in this conspiracy. Some of those transported were also part of the notorious MS-13 gang. The indictment reportedly included 2 charges and was sealed in a Tennessee federal court last month. But he's been the poster boy for the left in accusations that the Trump administration's deportation efforts have bent or broke the law on migrants and their due process rights. Now, a government attorney admitted in court that the man was deported because of a, quote, clerical error. But the administration has since fired that attorney. Garcia's wife and his attorney have said time and time again they deny that he was a member of the MS-13, as we know. All right, so there you go. I guess he's going to get his day in court, and based on the charges, probably, as Mark says, going to spend years in federal prison. I don't know, is a federal prison in the U.S. probably much more comforts of home versus the federal prison in El Salvador, because they don't mess around down there. Prison is prison. You're not there to have a good time. Our number, 844-844-3388. Let me see here. Eagle up and at 'em as we get a new week started. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah. Listen, Steve. I'm not in a very good mood tonight, man. I'm gonna say some things. You might not like what I'm about to say, but you know how I am. I like to get my point across, and I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't like what I'm seeing in California. You know, me and you, we've had our disagreements in the past about this situation. You know, this is my favorite subject you're talking about is protests, because you know how I feel about protesters. I told you in the past, you know, you said that the law in America says that people have a right to protest. I disagree with that, especially from what I'm seeing out in California right now, because this is not peaceful protest.
That's correct.
And I don't care. Anybody call in tonight, disagree with me all they want. What you say?
Nobody disagrees. No, there is the right to peaceful protest, and you just answered the question. This is not.
Okay,
this is riots. This is riots.
Okay, this is not peaceful protest. This is why I'm pissed off. When you were burglarized in stores, they got video. Same thing we seen in St. Louis. Same thing we seen in Minnesota is going on to right now as we speak in Los Angeles, California, Steve. People throwing bricks through windows that are conveniently located on the ground, bricks that are laying all over the city of Los Angeles, pallets of bricks. And I wonder how those pallets got there, just like they showed up in the other cities that are in Minnesota and in the other city, St. Louis. Just got conveniently a load of bricks laying on the ground. Okay, so now we got people throwing rocks at Border Patrol, ICE Patrol, pickup trucks. I seen why those people are running away from these punks. I still don't know. Border Patrol running high speed through the streets of L.A. and people throwing rocks. And one rock went right through the glass of a truck, busted the window out, windshield, the whole deal. Now you got police cars set on fire. You got vehicles on fire. You got interstate shut down. There's nothing peaceful about it. And as for the governor of California, Newsom, and this bogus, phony mayor, see, I don't play games, Steve. All of them should be gone. They should have been gone a long time ago. For them to say that they don't need Donald Trump's help, that they got everything under control, is the biggest joke I've ever seen in my life. The same thing that idiot mayor said when they had the fires a couple of months ago, that she said she had under control when the whole damn city was damn near burning down. Because, see, I don't play games no more at this point, Steve, because I'm fed up with these people, these Democrats, and I'm fed up with the way that they go about doing business. And Donald Trump has every right to send everything he got out there to California to shut it down. But, see, Donald Trump, he a little bit nicer than me, though, Steve. He a little bit nicer than me in handling the situation. Because, see, like I told you before, you got people out there protesting right now. But, see, if I was running the situation, it would be like this. As soon as it gets, if it even looks like it's getting close to being dark, anybody, and I don't care who you are, anybody hit the street after it get dark outside, you're subject to arrest. You're going to jail, no questions asked, because you were warned to get off the streets before it got dark and you chose not to. For these people, like I told you before, Steve, you got all day long to protest. Those people been out there more than 24 hours now. You proved your point. You made your statement. You blocked interstates. You set patrol cars on fire. They did the whole deal. There's no reason for people to be out in the streets of Los Angeles, California, as we speak right now. Donald Trump needs to have a curfew in Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, a sundown to sunup curfew. Nobody on the street unless you going to work or you got an important situation you're going to. Other than that, you hit the street, you going to jail. Just that simple. Because you can't have this type of chaos. Because see, first of all, Steve, the protest is bogus to begin with because they're protesting for people that don't belong in this country. These people are here illegally. These people already committed a crime. We've gone over this week after week, month after month for the last 4 years. If you crossed over the border into the United States without the proper paperwork, you are in the country illegally. You have no rights. You have no right to protest. You have no right to complain. You gave up your right when you stepped across that border illegally. And it really pisses me off when I see somebody running around the USA with a Mexico flag, Steve. If you love that country, if you love Mexico so much, my man, why are you in the USA? Why are you in the USA flying a Mexico flag? If you love Mexico, apparently you don't love it that much. Are you being Mexico right now? So the way I see it, Steve, Donald Trump has every right to do whatever it takes to get these people off the street. I don't care if he's sending the military, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, everything we got to get this thing under control. I'm beyond playing games at this point, Steve. When you got judges and when you got lawyers and people trying to represent people that are in this country illegally, your temper, it's hard for me to control my temper when I see this type of stuff on TV. And the ultimate thing that pisses me off the most is because I have relatives, and I know you have a son that represented the United States military. Do you know how offensive that is when you see an American flag being burned in your own damn country by somebody who doesn't care about this country? That pisses me off. We just celebrated Veterans Day a couple of weeks ago. That pisses me off when I see an American flag being burned down to the ground in the United States of America. I want those people the hell out of this country because they don't deserve to be here. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle. Kind of pissed off this morning, huh? And rightfully so. Yeah, there's nothing peaceful about burning vehicles and looting stores, destroying a city. It is 844-844-3388.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control, on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All righty, on a Monday, greatest day of the week. Says who? Let's get back to the call, see what's going on with Philip Off to work we go on a Monday morning. Philip.
Morning, buddy. Boy, that was quick. I just left the house. How you doing today?
I can't complain. Greatest day of the week. Here we are again, Monday.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow's going to be a fun day, though. Because guess what happens tomorrow? We got 2 SpaceX launches within an hour of each other. What you think about that, buddy?
How about that?
Got one at 8:22 in the morning. That's going to be the Axiom. And then at 9:05, we're going to have a Starlink launch after that. So one will take off at 39, and the other one will take off at 40. So we'll see how that works out. I didn't think he'd get that close together. What do you think, bud?
What'd you think of the comments from Elon? I guess, was it Friday or over the weekend where, this whole spat with Trump, do you think it's real? And then when he threatened to begin to decommission the Dragon capsule, which that would throw our entire space program into absolute chaos.
I don't think Elon's going to do that, Steve. That's that term fake news or whatever you want to call it. I don't think Trump has a battle with Elon right now because Elon has to have Trump to keep his Starship flying. I mean, as Trump's been in office, how many times have you seen the FAA shut him down because of his ships blowing up there? Do you think he's going to do that, Steve? What do you think?
Like I said, I'm questioning whether anything about this whole feud is legitimate or not. I don't know.
I don't think it's legitimate. I think it's a bunch of hoopla and it's a bunch of just media, or I should say,
hype.
Media, speculation. Yeah, hype. Yeah, I guess that's the term you'd use for it. But it's like Elon needs to work with the government. The government needs to work with Elon because Elon's the only guy that's got something that will go to that space station other than the Russians. And a lot of people don't understand that. He is our only way to get to the space station other than paying the Russians to take our guys and gals up there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that spat is anything. And to be quite honest, like I said, that Starship, it takes a lot of approvals, a lot of different things to happen to make one of those go up. And one of them is an FAA certification that says they can fly. If they don't have that, guess what? They don't fly. So, and he needs to be in good standings with the government. Think about all the problems he had when Biden was in office, and I'm not ragging on that administration, but how many times did he launch during the Biden administration and have fights with the FAA, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
How many times did we see that? When he moved that operation out to Texas, it kind of put things in a tiz because everything's done out of Canaveral. Majority of the space stuff in America is done out of Canaveral. All right, it's a proving ground for rockets and all that kind of stuff, and that's where it's been tested for years upon years. And there's a reason why they do it there, because of the location. And when he went to Texas, that was kind of like a stab in the back, so to speak, to NASA, and NASA didn't appreciate that too much when he set that thing up in Texas. But you know what? They dealt with it because they know that eventually down the road, that Starship is going to be taken off out of Canaveral.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, heck, he wouldn't have invested into a launch pad that's sitting out there at 39A. So where that rocket takes off tomorrow, if you look over to the one side of it, there is a Starship launch pad sitting right there, and it's almost done. And that's where it's going to be. They're going to be at. Now, eventually, those rockets will be decommissioned. But it's not going to be until he gets that Starship figured out. When he gets that figured out, then you might see the Dragon go away. You might see the Falcon 9 disappear because he'll have another vehicle to launch with. So I don't know, Steve. I think it's a bunch of hoopla. Let me ask you this, Steve, and I heard this the other day. Somebody said that Bill Gates was talking about that with the automation and the way things are going in the world with autonomous and all this stuff, that eventually we would only need about 20% of the workforce out there that we have. Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, but artificial intelligence, supposedly. I mean, I shared a story last week where, I mean, there was one scientist that said by the year, what was it, 2300, we'll all be long gone, but yeah, by the year 2300, yeah, that the world population would be down just like several million people left on the planet.
I know. And this AI, there's a lot of things with this AI that's crazy. And I found this out the other day with the cameras. All right, so you know that camera that's facing the driver now, Steve? You know, the one we've all been talking about that everybody's all burned up about?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that camera with AI can analyze your eyes and tell that you're tired? They have a way of analyzing the pupils in your eyes through a camera and tell if you're exhausted or not. Now, that's some crazy stuff there. What do you think about that, buddy? Do you think that, I mean, come on.
Analyzing the pupils, analyzing your blinks. You know, when we're getting tired out there on the interstate, you know, how sometimes your blinks may be a little longer. Yeah, extended blink time. That can detect, yes, a lot of things. And we got to pause there, though. We close out another hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukraine needs to respond to Russia's aggression with force. While appearing on ABC's This Week, he said that was the reason for last week's attacks on warplanes deep inside Russia.
We have to prepare such plans because we don't really know if they will stop this war. They don't want to stop the war. This is the problem.
Zelensky says he believes that 34% of Russia's strategic aircraft were destroyed. Zelensky says he wants President Trump to put more pressure on Russia, including stronger sanctions, to help bring an end to the war. The man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador and became a flashpoint of President Trump's immigration policy is back in the U.S. to face criminal charges.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi said Kilmar Abrego Garcia will be charged with human trafficking.
The grand jury found that over the past 9 years, Abrego Garcia has played a significant role in an alien smuggling ring.
Bondi said Abrego Garcia made over 100 human smuggling trips into the U.S. News. I'm Brian Shook.
Top Trump ally Steve Bannon jumped into the growing feud between Elon Musk and President Trump.
Bannon has called for a formal investigation into Elon Musk's immigration status, claiming Musk is in the country illegally and should be deported. He's also urging the government to suspend Musk's security clearance during any probe. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The CDC is investigating after a Texas woman died from a rare brain-eating amoeba.
According to a recent report, the woman used tap water to clear out her sinuses at an RV campground and soon after started experiencing serious symptoms like a fever, headache, and what they called an altered mental status. The woman received medical treatment for the suspected infection, but according to the report, she started having seizures and died 8 days after the symptoms started.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
We are grateful that the injuries were limited, and for those of us here at the City of Tullahoma, our hearts and minds are with the folks who went through this accident and their upcoming recovery.
An airplane carrying a group of skydivers has crashed into Tennessee.
An estimated 16 to 20 were on board the aircraft. Several have been reportedly flown by medical helicopter to surrounding hospitals. The crash happened about 60 miles south of Nashville. I'm Lisa Carton.
There was a small protest in San Diego County at the Camp Pendleton Marine Base.
We basically wanted to have some FaceTime with the Marines today as they entered and exited the base to remind them that the public's aware of their potential deployment into LA and that basically it's their duty to disobey unlawful orders. We would hope that if they're given an order that would either violate the Constitution or their own morals, that they would not follow that order.
And about 40 protesters showed up today. They stayed for about 2 hours. I'm Phil Farrar.
Colleges can now directly pay their student athletes after a major settlement was reached with the NCAA.
The settlement resolves 3 federal antitrust lawsuits accusing the NCAA of limiting athletes' earning potential. Playing for school pride, getting an athletic scholarship have now been replaced with cash, and lots of it. The NCAA will pay around $2.8 billion in damages over the next 10 years to athletes who played from 2016 to the present. Starting in the fall semester, each school can pay athletes up to a specific limit, with that cap expected to rise each year. I'm Rob Bartier.
I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, yes, stormy night in Texas, that is for sure. We continue to see that line of thunderstorms. And now moving into central and east central portions of the state. As the case has been, most of these warnings, 70-mile-an-hour winds, nickel-size hail is what we're seeing at this point in time. And there's a number of counties under the severe thunderstorm warnings. Folks having a difficult night falling asleep, thanks to Mother Nature. Rumble, rumble. The house is rattling. All right, welcome back, Philip.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, I want to let you know how much people micromanage business, Steve. You're familiar with the LTL truck industry, aren't you, Steve?
Right.
LTL side, P&D.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so think about this. You have a driver that comes up to a stop sign, right? And he does a rolling stop. All right, he gets dinged for it on the camera or whatever and goes back and they talk to him, whatever. But think about this. If that driver sits at a stop sign for seconds, 30 seconds, okay? And he does that 120 times a day in a 10-hour period. He's wasted 1 hour of productivity for the day. And that's how bad it's got micromanagement. And when people go, like, say, the middle management, say your dispatchers or say your safety guys, they go to upper management and say, hey, this guy did this, he was trying to save time, and they say, no, we don't care. He needs to pick it up in other areas. I mean, that's how micromanaged that it has come down with these companies in about freight deliveries. So, I mean, who would think about that kind of stuff? But it's like one of those things. The companies want to get as much productivity out of you as they possibly can, because that's how they make their money. The more bills that are on the truck, the more freight that's delivered under those bills, the more money the company makes.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't care in the end. But with everything that's come about today, with all the technology, we got insurance companies that say, oh, we're not going to give you a cheaper rate on your insurance unless you put cameras in your truck. And they force the companies into this. And there's other things that have done it. I mean, the industry itself has forced different things on it, like, say, the adaptive cruise control, all the safety functions that are on the trucks nowadays. Hey, we want you to have brand new trucks. Oh, by the way, they're going to come with all this stuff. And when all this stuff goes bad, you're going to pay a ton of money for it, like DEF. Steve, how much money does companies spend on DEF alone to have a large fleet? I mean, heck, it almost put one fleet out of business down in Missouri. So that's just my point. Y'all have a good day, buddy, and thanks for having me.
All right, you do the same there. Back to the real world. It's a Monday. Get the new week started here. The economy. We actually added jobs for the third month in a row. The latest government jobs report released on Friday. The Department of Labor said employers added 139,000 jobs, topping the estimate of 130,000. Unemployment held steady at 4.2. President Trump responds, America is hot. 6 months ago, it was cold as ice. Border is closed. Prices are down. Wages are up. The chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors says these are great jobs numbers. The president's economy is healthy. The president is succeeding in creating hundreds of thousands of jobs since he came into office, more than 500,000 jobs since he came into office, and they're going to native-born Americans. Under the previous administration, most of the jobs being added month after month were the millions coming illegally into the country. For the third month in a row, the jobs report beat expectations. New jobs added in May. They also noted wages rose in May, saying Trump's bottom line was better job creation, better real income growth. It's a great report. Stronger than expected jobs growth. Stable unemployment underlines the resilience of the U.S. labor market in the face of some of the recent shocks. Lindsay Rosner, head of the multi-sector fixed income investing at Goldman Sachs Asset Management. Labor Secretary Chavez Duremer says today's report demonstrates yet again we're making a remarkable economic comeback. With 139,000 jobs created in May, President Trump continues to deliver his promise to put American workers and businesses first. Again, beating expectations 3 months in a row. All right, there you go. So the president responded, working together. It is 844-844-3388. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve-O. So you had a good weekend with the pool and all that.
And we had some pretty rambunctious storms. I think that was Friday night. Friday night was kind of ugly.
Well, I could go somewhere, but I'd probably be kicked off the show about that. But no, real quick before we get into the sports stuff. Friday afternoon, the yellow bankruptcy judge came down with his ruling about our Warren Act claims. Now, they have approved our Warren Act claims. Now, earlier in the day on Friday, I received a letter from International saying that they're trying to get everything settled out on the Warren Act claims and to expect up to, I think it was $15,000.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they also were saying that if you're with the company less than 6 months of the closure, you're not going to get your Warren Act money. So I don't know what the settlement says. I don't know what all that is. I imagine International's probably dead asleep again because I've got this letter that I already knew about 3-4 weeks in advance. So needless to say, I'm glad that we're finally getting to a resolution because any more longer, Dingbat would probably have to put up with me for a little bit longer. But do you want to smash your break and come back?
We're good to go.
All righty. So I heard our cow patty friend. Lauren Weeks. God dang it. Lauren Weeks. Thanks for the shout out, brother. We Dingbat saw those lawnmowers on Facebook. Figured you'd want one with all the chicken lights and whatnot on there. And what was Plowboy's question? Because he kind of cut out something about the haulers or something going down to Mexico.
I think he was questioning, are they team operations?
Yes. Any NASCAR race that is over 10 hours is a team operation. Now, generally, if it's, say, like a Martinsville or something within that 10-hour ride, the A driver will take the truck out, and the B driver will come with the team, and then they would switch going back. Now, one other thing, too, about these haulers going into Mexico is they cannot have any of the stickers on there that have firearms, ammunition, any kind of tobacco or vape products. Now, if they had a casino on there, or alcohol, it had to be pre-approved by the Mexican government. So they're not just running the plain sticker truck going down the road. There's some of them that they had to cover up a lot of those decals. So, all right. So, like you said, Denny Hamlin won the race. Chris Buescher was second, and Ty Gibbs surprisingly was third. I never would have figured he would be up in the top 5, let alone third. 7 caution flags, 33 laps, 15 lead changes among 11 drivers. Now, as the points of today, if the playoff was today, Larson would be leading the points, followed by Hamlin, Christopher Bell, William Byron, and Ryan Blaney. I was about to say Dave Blaney.
Yeah.
I go back a few years. Now, also, too, Kyle Busch would be in, and Ryan Preece would be out. So there's that. Now, the Truck Series race, let me just say, chaos and confusion. Now, Steve, you might be able to find this on YouTube somewhere. They had to stop the truck race for about 20 minutes to repair a hole in the wall after an accident. Don't give me. They had a big pileup when Frankie Muniz, who was in the third position towards the first overtime, spun his tires, and well, let's just say calamity struck. But Stuart Friesen won the race. Triple overtime thriller. He broke a 72 winless streak. Now, here's the neat thing, though. Fox Sports is throwing a fit because they had to figure out what to do with their horse race coverage. I don't remember what horse race it was, because the Truck Series race went 20 minutes over. Wow. Okay. So anyway, like you said, Rams back in America. Now, the one thing about the whole Ram thing, and we've got to follow, is the rumor. The rumor is Cletus McFarland is going to be the first driver for the team. Now, whether or not it's true or not, I don't see he's a good fit right now. I really don't. He's only ran maybe 3 or 4 ARCA races, and even then, I think he's got maybe 1 top 10. Now, I'm not saying he's a good driver. He's slowly getting it, but Ram's not going to start up for another couple more years. So, what's to say in a couple years he doesn't get to that level? But right now, I would not put him anywhere near a Truck Series ride. Now, also too, did you hear about Kyle Larson this past weekend?
What's the latest?
Well, he was doing a World of Outlaw sprint race.
Yeah, had a pretty nasty crash, huh?
Yeah. He said something about something in the rear axle broke. He was lucky to get out of that race, that car. He was really lucky. And I'm going to say this: I like Kyle Larson. Now, he could be the next Dale Earnhardt if he just settled down. Now, don't get me wrong; I'm not comparing the two. I'm just saying he could be the next Dale Earnhardt, because he could win in anything you throw him into. But at what point do you stop trying to run anything and everything with a set of wheels on it and focus on your NASCAR car? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, there was a time some of these NASCAR teams, didn't they have in their contracts where, like weekend activities where there's not a race, that some of their drivers were prohibited from participating in activities that could do them serious harm and affect their driving career. Is that true? You remember those days?
Yeah.
Can't remember who it was, in NASCAR that actually got hurt doing something on an off race weekend, and I think he got in trouble with his whole contract thing. All right, that's going back a few years ago. I think Brain Dead lost his cell, didn't he? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, Pappy sends a couple of posts my way. One was actually posted by David Schoen, who was one of Jeffrey Epstein's lawyers. I guess this was in response to the whole blow-up last week when Elon Musk made the comment about, those Epstein files haven't been released because Donald Trump's in them. Recall? David Schoen says, I was hired to lead Jeffrey Epstein's defense as his criminal lawyer 9 days before he died. He sought my advice for months before that. I can say authoritatively, unequivocally, and definitively, he had no information to hurt President Trump. I specifically asked him that. Now, anyone with a lick of common sense, you think, all these Epstein files, which had been buried for how many years now? Under the, what we know, weaponized Biden Justice Department, do you really think if they had anything that could have been detrimental to Trump in those files, they wouldn't have found a way to release that information? No two ways about it. If they had anything under that administration, it would have been out a long, long time ago. Just common sense, people. The next post. Yeah, I've got the full report on that. Kash Patel confirms Anthony Fauci under criminal investigation for illegal gain-of-function research after announcing his COVID-era phone and hard drive are now in possession of the FBI. Now, Director Kash Patel said agents have recovered phones once used by Fauci during the early days of the pandemic. A discovery that he called a breakthrough in their ongoing investigation into Fauci's role in the crisis. Speaking to The Hill, we had a great breakthrough this week. He was actually on Friday's episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. They had always been looking for phones and devices he used while he was back in Trump Trump won during COVID, and nobody had found it until 2 days ago. So last Wednesday, now this could help uncover new information about how the federal government responded to the pandemic, but he cautioned about any premature conclusions. Yeah, everybody listening to this, don't jump to conclusions. Everything's in there. Maybe it's deleted, maybe it's not. But at least we found it. And at least now we can tell people that we have been looking because it is of public importance. President Trump and his allies have been accusing Fauci, the infectious disease expert who actually advised Trump on the pandemic, of misleading the public about the origins and the effectiveness of government measures. We think there was definitively foul play, but my opinion is irrelevant, Patel says. It only matters what I can show the American people and prove to them. He added the investigation has to be handled carefully. That's what we're working on. That's why I don't run out there and say, look, we're going to get this guy. We're 100% going to get him. It's not what I'm saying. But Fauci has faced mounting scrutiny. Rand Paul, of course, who last year said Fauci should be jailed over his ties to the lab research in China. Paul and others claiming Fauci's involvement in that gain-of-function research contributed to the outbreak of COVID, accusing him of causing between 10 and 20 million deaths around the world. Now, Fauci testified before the House Select Committee last year, maintaining that he followed the science and never covered up a potential lab leak. He argued government interventions saved lives, stating another million Americans may have died without those measures. Now, he admitted how long you kept him going. That's kind of debatable. But before leaving office, obviously, we know Joe Biden granted Fauci that sweeping presidential pardon, shielding him from prosecution for any actions related in his roles dating back to January 1 of 2014 through the end of Biden's term, which, of course, drew swift condemnation from Trump. And that's also part of the debate, signed via the auto pen. Is that a legitimate pardon? All right, got the anonymous hippopotamus. Pappy's on board. Coming up, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he's ready to enforce law and order as anti-ICE protests continue in L.A. The president spoke to reporters briefly on his way to Camp David today.
We see danger to our country and to our citizens, and we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order.
The comments come after President Trump ordered the deployment of 2,000 members of the California National Guard. California Governor Gavin Newsom criticized that move, calling it purposefully inflammatory. Doge's access to sensitive Social Security data is being restored by the Supreme Court.
The High Court lifted the order blocking the Social Security Administration from granting Doge access to the information. This marks a win for the Trump administration. Doge will now have access to the sensitive information of millions of Americans, as it says it tries to get rid of fraud and modernize outdated systems. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. See how Horsefeather's weekend was. I think you had some beautiful weather, didn't you?
You call liquid sunshine beautiful.
Really? You had rain? I thought it was supposed to be a nice weekend up there.
We had quite a bit of rain. I don't know. Yeah, things was a lot of storms went through. A lot of heavy cells. So the lot of things that were scheduled for Friday there got washed out just because a half-inch of rain got dumped there within a few-minute period, and so Friday stuff kind of withered away. Saturday morning, it was raining right from the get-go Saturday morning, and so a lot of things like car shows and stuff like that there, they pretty much canceled for the day. We did a muster with a fire truck on Saturday there, and normally the musters, we pretty much do rain or shine. They go no matter what, because fire equipment was made to get wet, Your Honor.
Right.
So even if you got one of them open cab ones there, unless you're a fair weather or one of them people that got to trailer all your equipment and keep it all covered up as a museum piece there, some of those people don't venture out quite so much, but us people that go out there and run them no matter what, we we go on. So we went on, and I don't know, somewhere around 11 o'clock or so, the sky started to clear up, and we already had some operations pumping, and so I got my engine hooked up and ran water for about 45 minutes or so, and showed everybody what it was meant to do and how it did it. And so we had a good day there. And so then on the way home from that, there was an event going on at one of our local microbrewery type places, and they were working with the John Hopkins Bayview people in the burn center for firefighters with burn injuries, and they do a big burn thing with, for the kids, and their burn unit is, pretty much the elite standard of the country, and if not probably throughout the world here in Baltimore. And so anyways, got talking with them a little bit, and might possibly be able to help them out with a couple of their events there, because I guess they've tried to have the city fire service come over, and unless they go through all kinds of hoops and measures of requests and permission this and permission that to do more requests to have a truck show up for 4 or 5 hours, then they get in trouble if they do it. So I said, well, with me, there's nobody to request it from but myself. So if it works out in my schedule and I can help them out, then I'll definitely go down there and help them. I actually got treated there myself for a propane burn one time. So so I knew of the people. I didn't see anybody that I knew that I met there 8 years ago when I was one of their patients and I was just pretty much an outpatient. I went in and just had it was very minor, but it was enough. I actually had to be seen by a specialist for it. And anyway, so there's a possibility of working with that. And since this microbrewery in area that I stopped at where they were doing this event does fundraising events, we made the big pitch to them about the Make-A-Wish. So looks like maybe next spring we'll be able to hold a fundraising event there for the Make-A-Wish truck convoy.
There you go.
So all worked out as a pretty good weekend, and we're supposed to have a car show for the 4-H to do yesterday, and I got over in the area where it was supposed to be. I had a couple other things to do, and so I rode the fire truck over to do them and started looking to get the exact address where I was going, and it says July 6th. And I'm like, no, today's June 8th, and I know it was for today. I had it in I write things down in a calendar. I take, the events and stuff off Facebook, and I write them down in a calendar just because I do better looking at things on paper in a big grid than I do trying to scroll through Facebook and try to remember and find. And most of the time, if I try to keep track of things on the phone like that, I screenshot them, and then I got to go back through all my photos and try to figure out what I'd screenshotted and where it was. So anyways, I find it on the event on Facebook there and the events and that, and this. So I messaged the guy. I said, did I get confused here, because in the picture it clearly says June 8th, and he's like, oh no, they were predicting rain, so we moved it to July 9th and, or July 6th, I mean. So I'm like, well, I guess I didn't get the memo. But the one thing that's been going on, especially for that event, and I guess it does for other car shows, this event, they do not do pre-registration. It is all, donate $20 at the gate when you come in. And the scammers on this page were just blasting it, trying to get people to pre-register and follow their scamming to pre-register. So, he was pretty adamant about trying to make sure everybody knew not to pay anything in advance, because it was they were out there in full force trying to steal money from people. So anyways, but yeah, so yesterday ended up being kind of a rainy day, and heck, we had misty rain all the way down here into Baltimore from the PA state line area up there, and I bet you cloud ceiling here is only a couple 100 feet. This is still kind of a ugly day out here, so I haven't even looked at the weather to see if it's supposed to clear up, but The only thing I can say is we're supposed to have polo Friday night, Your Honor, so you and the AccuWeather gods better get your act in gear and get things straightened out, because it's the last 2 weeks have been rained out here on the Friday night, so we gotta get this fixed up here so we can play polo on Friday nights.
Right.
Get some ticket sales and see what we can do, because this is the last big thing I got going before the end of this year's campaign, and I'm still right there around the $12,000 mark on a $15,000 goal. So I don't know. I'll say it a couple more times probably before the end, but anyways, it's supposed to all be ending on Father's Day for this year. So anyways, other than that, sent you a few emails I think over the weekend. Did you see the one there about the Philly buses there, the SEPTA buses all on fire?
Yes, that was pretty. 40 buses ultimately burned.
Is that what the grand total ended up being? They were supposedly they were out of service buses. Now I don't know if out of service just means they weren't being used that day and they were just parked, because when you see a bus going down the road that's not picking up passengers, it says out of service. So were they actual working buses that normally would be out on the routes, but they were not being used at the time, so they were called out of service, or were they buses that they'd parked and had taken, out of commission and not being in use at all? I don't know. Spare parts buses, but they had a pretty good sized lot full of them, and they had them packed in there like sardines side by side. So it didn't take much once the first one went to get the neighboring exposure to start going with it. And so, anyways, I did see one other post. Somebody mentioned something about 95. Have you heard anything about 95 having any problems in the Philadelphia area at all?
Tonight?
Yeah, through the weekend. I mean, I saw a poster later there last night. Somebody, and I didn't get a chance to figure out what it meant, but they were commenting about the buses and 95 having a problem. And I don't know if it was just an accident possibly that had something going on or something else. And you know how people write things down in Facebook, unless you start really deeply investigating. So if it hasn't made the big news wire like that last thing did with that gasoline tanker where they lost the whole bridge and everything to close the road, it's probably was just something minor. But I know they did have a couple accidents on the Bay Bridge there, US 5301 between the Eastern Shore and Annapolis, and they had traffic pretty well jammed up in both directions yesterday afternoon. So anybody trying to come back from Ocean City, Maryland, spent the weekend down there. It started the people, the lemmings that go and foul themselves up and over the bridge Friday afternoon to go to the ocean and come home on Sunday night, and they're all out there in full force now. So if you want to travel US 5301, be cautious if you're out there on a Friday, and because they're all going east, and when Sunday afternoon rolls around, they're all coming back west. So there can be, heck, they've had 10, 12, 15-mile backups out there trying to get across that bridge.
Wow.
So, oh yeah, it's just glorious. So enjoy your weekend vacation there by sitting in traffic on the bridge both ways. But anyways, I guess if that's what you like to do. But anyways, I don't know. Other than that, that's probably about all we got going for you there. Been kind of listening to everybody else a little bit, and we're waiting for somebody to show up at 4 o'clock here when we get down to where we need to get loaded at. So other than that, as I say, just you and the AccuWeather guys got to get things straightened out here for southeastern Pennsylvania. I don't care if it rains everywhere else, but no rain Friday, southeastern Pennsylvania.
We want
on the schedule.
We want a big turnout for the big polo event there. Raising funds for the Make-A-Wish. Did we make that point? Morning, Pappy. Happy Monday. You're off all week, huh?
Yes, sir. Till Friday, anyway. Yeah, Steve, the reason I sent you the post on Epstein's attorney is, I guess you and Philip were discussing whether this feud between Trump and Musk is real or not.
Right.
Steve, this is for real. This ain't no game.
Okay.
Musk came out and pretty much accused Trump of being in Epstein's little circle.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that's a deal breaker. I'm telling you right now, dude. You don't make a statement like that if you're just playing around. What's going on with Musk? Is he having a meltdown, Steve? It's possible. Did the deep state get to him? Listen, I'm going to be honest. I always talk honesty on this show.
Mm-hmm.
I think Trump kind of done him wrong. Everything he's done for Trump, trying to get him elected, I'm not saying it's because of Elon that he got elected, but Elon definitely played a part. Everything that man's done for the country with this Doge thing, and Congress just kind of blows him off about this whole Doge thing. They don't want to take cutting these cuts and cutting out this fraud seriously. There was a lot of things in this bill that Elon didn't like, and Trump knew it from the get-go. Now, Steve, I think Elon also realizes it don't matter how much money you got in this world if we do not have a country or a world to live in anymore. We owe a lot to Elon. Taking over Twitter the way he did. Steve, you know the death threats that he is getting. I don't know if it's taking its toll on him. I think the Trump administration could have treated him a little. Don't get me wrong, they treated him well, but there was some backdoor stuff going on here. When they started firebombing all his Tesla companies, stocks were plummeting. The deep state was going after this man big time. And now, what's going on here with Trump? Why the turn? There's some things in this bill. They're taking away some subsidies for the electrical
vehicle, yes. And that's what, I think it's several $1,000s per car, and that's going to impact, I don't know how much, if you're going to get $2,000 rebate on your taxes or whatever for buying an electric vehicle, is that enough to prompt someone to actually purchase an EV? I don't know, but they're trying to say that it's going to impact, he'll have fewer Tesla sales due to it.
Well, it's my understanding that there's cuts to NASA, too, which is going to affect his SpaceX. It's my understanding that Elon wanted this guy
Isaacson
in charge of NASA.
Jared Isaacson, yes, yeah. And he withdrew him from the NASA administrator, yes.
Yes. Yes. So there's a lot of things, a lot of pork in this new BBB, big beautiful bill, which has probably pissed him off. I don't know, but I think it's the real deal. I don't think this is no gimmick. I think there's some bad blood here. But we'll see. I guess maybe time will tell for real. Hey, there's a guy, he's a journalist, talking about the Epstein, the Bongino, and Cash Patel's little interviews. There's a journalist out there who has a really, really close friend. He's one of these guys that either work for the FBI, CIA, well-known police departments around the country that are specialists in determining whether somebody's telling a lie or not. We've all heard about them. We all know that there's certain indicators when somebody's lying that everybody does. Well, anyway, he asked his buddy to look at the interviews with Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. He came back and said, dude, they're telling the truth. They're not lying. So specifically when they were talking about
Epstein hanging himself.
Killed himself.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just throwing it out there. As a point, I mean, you know how I feel about Bongino. There could be a lot more deep state stuff going on. I don't know, but he says they're telling the truth. Let's talk about the big bill for a second, man, the pros and cons. And I mean, I don't know, Steve. I only heard a couple things. I don't know every in and out on this bill. Obviously, man, I'm a cop. I'm not some economist. But supposedly this is the largest big bill for the working class, middle class people in decades. That they are saying these tax cuts for middle class is going to save the average family about $13,000 a year. So this is a big deal for the working people like me and you out here, right? All these truck drivers. The funding, we'll get into these riots here in a second, but the funding for deportation of all these illegals, the funding is in there for this. And this is a must. We can't have these people in this country committing these crimes and doing this stuff. That's a must, so that's in there. And Steve, you know what gets me is this is a reconciliation bill. We don't need the damn senators, the Democrat senators. You know, the last bill, we had to make concessions, right? Because it was a filibuster and we needed 60 of the votes. So we had to make concessions with the Democrats. This time, we don't need them. We only need 50 votes. And these damn rhinos, bad thing I heard, Steve, I don't know if you talked about it. I didn't get to listen to your show at all, your last show on Friday night. I was busy, but one thing I heard in this bill is about artificial intelligence, AI. That there's a provision in there that gives blanket protection and immunity to these AI companies. Most of them are mainly out of California. And that's kind of a big no-no. That's like giving all these pharmaceutical companies a pass, right? For what can go wrong. So that's a big issue. I don't know if this is something that can be worked out. I don't know. Apparently, if the Senate votes this thing down, it goes back to the House, try to make some changes. The Senate can recommend some changes. Again, we don't need the Democrats. Why is all this pork spending in?
All right, I think Pappy lost his signal as well. It's about 6 before the hour. Yeah, so we do not need the Democrat. But we got what, Representative Johnson, I believe it is. Thomas Massey of Kentucky is another. They can only afford to lose. Is it 3 or 4? I cannot read that. On the Senate, it's only a couple, I think. Yeah, real quick as we roll toward news break there, top of the hour, President Trump, in relation to this feud with Elon, he sounded unaffected by the personal attacks aimed at him by Elon. The relationship, as we all witnessed, deteriorated quickly last Thursday after Elon said he was against the one big beautiful bill, referred to as an abomination. Trump says nothing catches me by surprise when asked about Musk attacks, before quickly pointing to the poll numbers and a better-than-expected May jobs report that we shared earlier. The numbers are through to the roof, he said. The stock market's up. Billions are pouring in from tariffs. My poll numbers are the highest they've ever been. Other than that, what can I tell you? Now, as far as the big, beautiful bill, Trump said the bill's great. It's going to pass. But the bill is great, and it's going to be great for everybody, including him, as far as Elon. And you see it now. Take a look at what happened today with the jobs numbers. Stock market's already up 600 points with the word of the jobs. This is what I do for a living, okay? A senior House Republican aide said Friday that the White House hasn't offered any direction for Congress on how to handle this little tiff between Trump and Musk. The White House has not asked us to take any shots at Elon or to defend Trump, to go after Elon. He's a traitor. We revolve around Trump. Now, the aide went on to say that Musk left his government role on May 30th, genuinely shaken after a disappointing earnings call with his Tesla shareholders. And, of course, the firebombing of some of the company's electric cars. Not only that, but Doge cuts didn't come close to what Musk had projected. There's a faction of Congress that's totally opposed to Doge. And I don't think Elon fully realized that. But the Tesla numbers, they are pretty bad. We'll give you more coming up in our next hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass says she's disappointed with how the protests have turned out, but says the deployment of the National Guard troops just adds fuel to the fire.
This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy.
Bass says she wants more information on when and where ICE agents may pop up next. The number of measles cases is nearing a 30-year high in America.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said Friday there are now over 1,100 confirmed cases of measles across 33 states nationwide, the total of just 258 cases in the U.S. last year. Federal health officials say 95% of this year's confirmed cases are in people who are unvaccinated or their vaccination status is unknown. I'm Lisa Carton.
The CDC, FDA, and public health officials in several states are investigating a multi-state outbreak of salmonella infections linked to eggs.
79 people across 7 states have gotten sick with the same outbreak strain of salmonella that has been tied to eggs. So far, 21 people have been hospitalized and no deaths have been reported. On Friday, August Egg Company, based in Hillmar, California, recalled over 1 million dozen brown cage-free and brown certified organic eggs due to potential salmonella contamination. The recalled eggs were sold to retailers and restaurants in Arizona, California, Illinois, Indiana, Nebraska, New Mexico, Nevada, Washington, and Wyoming. I'm Jim Forbes.
Atmospheric concentrations of carbon dioxide are climbing to their highest seasonal peak.
According to NOAA's Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii, last month marked the first time levels surpassed 430 parts per million. Scientists say carbon dioxide acts like a blanket by trapping heat as well as warming the lower atmosphere, and it can also fuel extreme weather events. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
A judge is temporarily blocking President Trump's proclamation restricting student visas at Harvard.
A U.S. district judge issued a restraining order stopping the policy from being implemented, saying it would cause immediate and irreparable injury. This comes after Harvard filed a lawsuit seeking to block the proclamation. After issuing the proclamation, Trump said entering the U.S. to attend college is a privilege, one that's tied to the institution's compliance and commitment to following federal law. That's something he says Harvard has failed in this respect, among many others. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Reddit is suing Anthropic, accusing the AI startup of breach of contract and unfair business acts.
Reddit said the company has been using the social media platform's massive trove of user content to train AI models, but has disregarded user privacy rules. Reddit noted that Anthropic has engaged in the unauthorized commercial use of its content. The suit filed on Wednesday calls for a jury trial to seek damages and to force Anthropic to abide by its legal obligations. I'm Matt Mattinson.
The first full moon of the summer season will arrive this week, the strawberry moon.
NASA says the strawberry moon will be visible in the night sky on June 11th, with peak moon viewing just before 1 a.m. Pacific time. Despite its name, the moon will not be pink, but it will look larger and brighter than usual. That's called a moon illusion, and it's due to the moon's low position in the sky that makes it appear larger. And do take a peek. Legend has it the strawberry moon brings luck and good fortune. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we left off there kind of discussing the Elon Musk Donald Trump feud that kind of spiraled into the weekend. Trump made the statement that Elon just went crazy. Several other Republicans saying, I don't know what the hell happened. He just kind of snapped. Now, we mentioned the Tesla stock. Now, he's a minority owner in Tesla. Something like 14%, I think, 12 or 14. Yeah, but Tesla is the worst performing large cap stock this year, thanks to declining electric vehicle demand. Elon's political controversies over what was his ties with Trump, and now it's the public feud with President Trump. Going back to last Thursday, Tesla shares slumped after Elon made the social media threat of decommissioning Tesla's Dragon program. He apparently kind of walked that back shortly thereafter. Trump made the threat to cut off government contracts. But the market capitalization of Tesla has fallen 29.3% this year. To $917 billion, the biggest drop among big companies in the world. Tesla, which actually ranked 8th globally in market capitalization at the beginning of the year, slipping to 10th as of June 5th. Shares rose early in trading Friday as investors took some comfort that White House aides at the time had said they were scheduling a call between Trump and Elon to kind of broker a peace deal. But I don't think that call ever transpired. It didn't happen. Meanwhile, Apple, that started the year as the world's most valuable company, has slipped to number 3 this year, drugged down by weak demand in China, as well as the tariff threats and slower progress in artificial intelligence. Their market capitalization has declined over 20% this year, falling to $2.99 trillion with a T as of Thursday. Meanwhile, Microsoft has actually claimed the number 1 spot in market capitalization, driven by surging demand for AI services, including their partnership with OpenAI and the integration of tools like Microsoft 365 Copilot. All right, let me get back to the phones here on a Monday, greatest day of the week. All right, see if Eagle's on board. I want to talk a little bit about NASCAR this morning. Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, okay, thanks. Thanks for putting me back. I missed the interview. I missed with Pappy. I got to go back and listen to what he had to say. What about this situation in L.A.? I missed that part 'cause I had to get out of the truck. But yeah, Steve, okay, given the situation that's going on, in California right now, and they going down to Mexico. Their trucks might already be headed that way right now, from what I'm understanding.
Yes.
They might already have trucks going into Mexico. So I don't know what kind of security plan they got planned. But I think, they're picking a real bad time to go, Steve, on top of all the other stuff that's going on in Mexico. And now they got this going on, with people getting deported, and the situation, there's a lot of unhappy people. So, hopefully things will go smoothly, nothing happens to the, race teams, drivers, fans that want to go to this event. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. But like I told you last week, Steve, I think the NASCAR should look at other options for 2026. I don't know I don't know how long this contract lasts for them to go into Mexico, but as far as I'm concerned, that should be the last. They should buy their way out of the contract or totally get rid of it altogether, because it's not a good situation going. There's too many other places they can go that's a whole lot safer, is basically what I'm saying. Like I say, I don't think NASCAR has ever been to Canada, as far as I know. I feel more, I'd rather go to Canada than to go to Mexico if I had a choice between the two. So, U.S., we'll see what happens. As for the race today, I didn't watch the race. I listened to a little bit on the radio while I was driving. Denny Hamlin won, and didn't seem like it had too much action anyway, passing going on until almost the end with Hamlin and Byron. They got when he passed him up, but there wasn't really too much action. There ain't never too much action on the Michigan track, no way, because it's more like a speedway anyway. So, but didn't too much take place. So we'll see what happens next week. On the road course, usually the same names usually do good in those races. So we'll see if Denny Hamlin's a good road course. Like I say, I don't really like Denny Hamlin, but the guy, he's paid his dues. I'm definitely not happy he drives a Toyota, but he's been around for a long time and he never won a championship. So if Denny wins, I won't be upset about it. Even though he had a Toyota, but yeah, he deserves to finally win a championship after all these years, and he's won a lot of Daytona 500s and other races, but he ain't never been able to put together a championship season. So we'll see what happens. Now, as far as getting back to this situation in L.A. right quick, Steve, getting back to this one more time. Now, Donald Trump, okay, he doesn't get along with Gavin Newsom. We clearly know, we already know this, that Gavin Newsom and Trump don't like each other. Newsom is saying that he doesn't need the help of Donald Trump. He got things under control, which I don't see how he can say something like that, but that's what he thinks. He doesn't even have California under control. So, but like I said, I don't go to California no more, Steve. It's been a long time since I've been to California in a truck. The company I'm with, we don't go out there, luckily. And even if they did, I wouldn't go to nowhere, because California's it's just not a good place. I used to live there a long time ago, but it's way overpriced. But now, as far as the immigrants go, Steve, now, some people got their opinion on what's going on, going to people's jobs and arresting them while they're at work, going to immigration offices and arresting people, and they claim they're going to schools and other places. Donald Trump, he's trying to round these people up. They said they've been rounding up about 1,000 a day, but now they want to up the ante to 3,000. They want to round up 3,000 people a day. I don't see how they're going to be able to do that, but that's what they say. So we'll see if it happens. You're going to step on a lot of toes, or for some reason, well, we already know why the Democrats want these people in the country, Steve. I've never seen nothing like it in my life. I never thought that the Democrats would stoop to this level. So I heard a guy say the same thing I said a couple of weeks ago, Steve. I hope people realize this should be a wake-up call for all Americans, that realize that if Donald Trump or another Republican doesn't win the election in 2028, we're going right back to where we was with Joe Biden if a Democrat get in. And all these people that they deport out of the country going to be making their way right back to the U.S. And this time they'll make sure there'll never be another. Donald Trump will be the last Republican to get in the White House if the Democrats have anything to say about it. And they'll have the complete rule of the country, and they'll open it wide open and turn this United States into the sewer that they want it to be, another third world country. It'll look just like Los Angeles, California, Steve, with homeless people and drug addicts on every corner, trash and garbage. That's the future of your United States with a Kamala Harris or a Gavin Newsom. That's all you need to know right there, Gavin Newsom. If he was to be your president in 2028, what the situation in California right now, Steve, that's the future of the United States of America with Gavin Newsom in control. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yes, indeed. And as we were questioning earlier, as we've seen in previous years, things that start, whether it's in Los Angeles or Chicago or New York City, it starts somewhere, but ultimately it begins to sweep across the country. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All righty, back at it here. Pappy kind of followed up after we dropped the call there. As far as the riots in Los Angeles, his understanding, he says, the communist mainstream media, the propagandist, setting up the narrative that non-criminal illegals are being arrested. Every one of those arrested Friday were for violent criminal acts. So then they send out the bat signal to all the Karens out there to show up and protest during the daylight hours. Then the bat signal goes out to the Antifa and other organizations, paid agitators, to show up as it starts to get dark. They're told the locations to be in. That's where you find the pallets of the bricks. Make no mistake, this is well orchestrated. The left is loving this. This is what they want. Chaos in the streets. And don't forget, he has family that actually live out there in the L.A. area. So he gets a little more inside information from those watching the local media. All right. Meanwhile, the Department of Transportation, the Pipeline and Hazardous Material Administration, is asking for your comment, public comment, as the agency looks to decrease regulatory burdens. In the advance notice of proposed rulemaking published in the Federal Register last week, we now have open a 60-day public comment window for industry stakeholders to offer feedback on sections of the hazardous materials regulations that could be appealed or amended. They also request feedback on requirements in the hazardous materials rulemaking procedures and program procedures that could be adjusted or even removed. The purpose of the notice to identify procedures and regulations that would eliminate undue burdens on the identification, development, and use of domestic energy resources and to improve government efficiency. There were several key items that they highlighted that they would like feedback on. Identification, as I mentioned, of government inefficiency where compliance requirements impose significant burdens relative to minimal safety benefits or hinder technological innovations. Comments on the nature and magnitude of these burdens, including the specific categories and number of regulated entities affected, as well as compliance costs and implementation challenges experienced by those entities. Suggestions for potential amendments or rescissions to those regulatory provisions. And lastly, an assessment of the incremental compliance cost and benefits anticipated from those amendments. They're also seeking comments on whether to adopt a requirement that would mandate periodic regulatory reviews of the provisions in the hazardous materials regulations. The PHMSA acting administrator said regulations should fit for purpose and produce safety benefits that justify the cost of compliance. That's why we're engaging with the stakeholders in a comprehensive review to help us identify opportunities to update the regulations, unleash American energy, and produce enhanced safety outcomes. So comments now being accepted will continue through August 4. You, of course, go to the regulations.gov website to post said comments. All right, Brain Dead, welcome back.
Thanks, Steve. I don't know what happened, but my phone and Dingbat's phone just went, screw you, we're out of here. And then obviously she did something on the big computer at home to finally get to go, oh, I'm sorry, we actually like you. We don't like you. Now, let me answer Eagle's question. Let me answer Eagle's question real quick. Now, he says, quote, NASCAR has never ran in Canada. You might want to go Google that, my little feathered friend, because the last time the trucks ran up there was 2019, and the Xfinity Series ran in 2012. Now, the Cup Series has never ran up there, not in the modern era that I can, not that I can remember. However, if I do remember hearing right, they are talking about going up there next year. That was the key word, talking, because right now they're trying to set the schedule for 2026. The other thing to remember, this race in Mexico coming up this weekend, Pocono and Indy are the only three tracks on the entire NASCAR circuit that is not owned by SMI or, sorry, I forgot Rockingham. that are not owned by SMI or ISC. So they have to have a contract in place. I don't know what the contract says. I don't know what the contract detail says. I don't know what the buyout is. Obviously, NASCAR thinks it's good for business. Okay? They didn't ask me for my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
They probably didn't ask you either, Eagle. They don't care. They're going to do what is best for business. Now, say in 3 years from now, if they're still having the same problem, then maybe they'll pull out. But the thing, though, is, too, and I'm going to throw this at you, too, Steve. Remember here, wasn't it about 4 or 5 months ago, the rumors was floating around that Steve Phelps was talking about going to Brazil? Remember this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's coming more and more and more to fruition. Now, I don't know, and I'm going to say this point blank, I don't know what they're thinking with the NASCAR, because they are nothing like Formula One. Formula One has all this down to a science, all this down to a T. They race all over the world. I mean, they got 3 races in the U.S. They got 1 in Mexico, Monaco. I mean, you're going around the world. But they obviously have a bigger budget, bigger, big-time manufacturers and all of this. I mean, they have a lot more money involved because, like Philip said, look at the cost. So when you really look at going from Michigan to Mexico City is 40 hours, how would you get everything down to Brazil? I mean, airplanes are not cheap last time I checked.
Right.
So how would you get it down there? I mean, that is a logistical nightmare. NASCAR needs to focus on the U.S. and Canada. I will agree going to Canada, but I will agree to that because he's serious. He's serious. He wants to go to Brazil, and they're going to try every way possible. But look at the cost of what they're having to do now. All the security is not cheap. So, I mean, it is what it is, my friend. So, Kyle Petty just finished up his charity ride across America. They raised $1.4 million for the Victory Junction gang. Can you believe that? It's been going on for 29 years, Steve.
I remember hearing about that years ago. I didn't realize they actually still had that going on. 29 years. All right, so hey, let's pause there and get a news break. Rolling into a brand new day, a brand new week. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he's ready to enforce law and order as anti-ICE protests continue in L.A. The president spoke to reporters briefly on his way to Camp David today.
We see danger to our country and to our citizens, and we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order.
The comments come after President Trump ordered the deployment of 2,000 members of the California National Guard. California Governor Gavin Newsom criticized that move, calling it purposefully inflammatory. Doge's access to sensitive Social Security data is being restored by the Supreme Court.
The High Court lifted the order blocking the Social Security Administration from granting Doge access to the information. This marks a win for the Trump administration. Doge will now have access to the sensitive information of millions of Americans, as it says it tries to get rid of fraud and modernize outdated systems. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. All right, coming up, got a little more information about the Horse Meadows was asking about the big lot of buses that caught fire last week. Ultimately, 40 buses burned. So we'll give you that coming up here. Yeah, also up in your neck of the wood, technically for the entire state of Maryland. Get ready. You got more speed cameras coming to an interstate near you. As the governor has signed into law multiple changes for the use of speed cameras around the state, taking effect October 1. All right, more on that coming up. Let's get back to, Brain Dead. Welcome back.
Thank you for holding me over, Steve. But yeah, neat thing about this Kyle Petty charity ride, 29th anniversary, they've raised $23 million. And they've been to a lot of places, a lot of things. I've had a lot of good riders come through there. You can't say nothing bad about what Kyle Petty has been doing. And Greg Biffle did during the Hurricane Helene thing. But let me switch gears, so to speak. Now, you know the whole NIL judgment just came out this past Friday, right?
No, technically, it's like, let me get the rubber helmet here, so beat my head on the wall. What'd they say?
Well. I want to spare you. I'm going to spare it to you because I need to go through and dissect it. I've heard several different. I haven't even had a chance to read it. So it's just like the NHRA results. I know they ran this weekend. I just couldn't tell you who won what. So I don't know if you can dig that up or not. But real quick with the college stuff, the NCAA held meetings this past week with Power 4 conferences. Now, the Big Ten in all of this is pushing hard to change the format from the football playoffs to something similar like the NFL. They want to have 4 automatic bids for the second and the Big Ten, and 2 for each of the ACC and the Big 12, and leave it alone. Just leave it alone. It works. Nobody's complaining. I don't see why we need to fix stuff. Do you, Steve?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Hey, yeah, that's what my dad used to say till he saw my paycheck. But anyway, but the other thing, too, as I caught was interesting, was they want to expand March Madness. They want to increase it from 68 teams to 72 or 76 teams. Now, wait a minute. We're already into March, into April. So what do we want to call this now? My April, or I mean, at what point do you say end, stop, end? But now let me switch over to some baseball news. But I don't know if you saw this or not. Now I know Rick Friend's bouncing off the wall because he texted me Saturday night. He was so happy. I thought my text machine was going to break, Steve. The Reds demolished the Diamondbacks 13-1.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that. So here's a little trivia question for you. We all know that the Rockies just suck this year. Now, when was the last time a baseball team was 10-50?
I'm thinking it's never happened.
It actually has happened.
Has it?
One time.
Okay.
It was a Kansas City Cowboys in 1884. How about that?
1884.
So, I saw this little blurt.
You had to go way back in time. So never in the modern era of baseball, anyway.
No.
Yeah.
But now I saw this piece, and I'm kind of I don't know. Now you know who Manny Machado is, right?
Mm-hmm.
He plays on the Padres. Well, they're saying he is on the verge of 2,000 hits. Could he reach 3,000 hits? Yes, I do think he could probably hit it. But, as far as being a Pete Rose, I don't think he's going to be a Pete Rose. There will never be another Pete Rose. That record that Pete Rose has will never be broken. Never. It's like the what is it? The Cal Ripken Jr. Consecutive starts. The Ryan Nolan, the 7 no hitters. I really don't think it. But I mean, because they're not getting the bats like they used to. They're not being as productive as they used to. So I don't really see him getting 3,000 hits. I really, really don't, because right now he's 32 with 1,972 hits, but Freddie Freeman has got 2,336 at 35. And because a lot of the baseball players, not just baseball players, athletes in general, they age out at 40? Right on 40, 45.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of us said that Denny Hamlin is past his prime and just needs to hang it up. Because if you look, he's in great equipment with Joe Gibbs. So is Kyle Busch. So why isn't Kyle up there running every week and trying to finish up there every week versus at the back of the pack?
Well, do you have any answers? I don't.
I don't either. I mean, Richard Childress has good equipment. Do not get me wrong. It's just, at what point do you say, hey, I need to go, I need to retire? His son Brexton's coming up. His son Brexton's really good. I mean, he's going to be good. Given the right equipment and the right opportunity, anybody can be good. But I'm going to leave you one other thing too, Steve. Did you happen to see this past week that the mural for Jackie Robinson and Minnie Masoto, I hope I pronounced his last name right, was desecrated with hate speech in Miami? Did you happen to see this?
No, I did not.
Yeah, apparently somebody defaced the murals and wrote some, well, I'm not going to say those kinds of words, but I mean, it was an honor. I mean, it was a very nice mural of what somebody painted as a tribute, and Major League Baseball condemned it. I'm thinking, if I remember reading the story right, that they want to find whoever did this and put them under the jail. And Jackie Robinson is one of those players that's going to be around forever that people are going to remember. As long as you study the baseball history, you know who Jackie Robinson is,
yep,
and the barriers that he broke down too, Steve. But with that, my friend, I'm going to go home and enjoy my Friday. You have a good morning.
Friday, and that means you got a very short weekend. Because I remember he explained he works 6 days a week now. All right, the bus depot. Yeah, the SEPTA, the largest bus depot in Nicetown last week. Officials have determined a cause for the fire. Here's what we know. A spokesperson for SEPTA stated that the Philadelphia Fire Department said a battery in one of the electric buses set off the massive fire at the bus depot there, Philly's Nicetown neighborhood. Residents living near the bus depot were urged to stay indoors while firefighters fought the blaze because these electric vehicle, these battery fires are releasing very toxic chemicals into the air. Philly's health department gave the all clear for air quality on Friday, but firefighters called to the SEPTA bus depot about 6 o'clock in the morning. Employees reported a fire in what is called the decommissioned bus lot. Fire ultimately reached 3 alarms, torched about 40 buses, many buses that haven't been used in years, including former electric buses. SEPTA General Manager Scott Sauer said the lot is used to store 100 buses that have been or are in the process of being decommissioned. He provided some insight into the decommissioning process, saying the bus's batteries are disconnected, the mechanical fluid is drained. 16 of the burned buses were indeed electric, made by the Proterra company. SEPTA right now is actually battling in court in part over an earlier fire. SEPTA said the 9 remaining electric buses at the depot are going away. Meanwhile, the health department said the fire did cause a rise in the amount of particulate matter, both PM 2.5 and PM 10, releasing benzene, ethylbenzene, and carbon monoxide into the air. The levels of those pollutants were recorded at their highest point early on Thursday morning while the fire was still burning, obviously. Those levels began to drop once the fire was brought under control, although residents were not advised to resume normal activities until Friday afternoon. So you've got electric vehicle fires. Very hazardous, right? Toxic. How about these dumbasses in Los Angeles? Did you notice? I mentioned earlier that they had ignited numerous of these autonomous vehicles, which are electric vehicles, as the riots continue. And their dumbasses are out there having a good time, rioting and looting in all that toxic smoke. I'll leave it at that. 844-844-3388. All right, Carl, got you coming up in 2.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All righty, back at it. Rolling into a Monday. And good morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Yep, these California riots are reminding me of the summer of love, aren't they?
Yep, sure enough.
Yeah, they're out there burning the vehicles and everything, and saying that Trump is the one who's inflaming the situation. Got vehicles on fire in the streets, and these illegal immigrants who have came over here illegally, obviously, are in there in the protests as well. Since when does anybody that's a foreigner, they're illegal, totally illegal, and they come over here to protest? I just don't get it. I don't understand where that's coming from at all. And then Gavin Newsom and Mayor Bassett, Bass, or whatever you want to call her, forget the B, I guess. But she's really just ignorant on the whole issue. And Gavin Newsom as well. They're just showing their ignorance on the issue and blaming it all on Trump, and then gonna sue him too as well. Okay, they've got in the works lawsuits. And all of the protesters are going to sue the government of the United States as well. And so they're going to have to deal with that too now. And then they want to say they don't need the National Guard. Okay. Well, I mean, what should Trump do here? I mean, I'm just thinking, should he, continue with the National Guard, or should he just go ahead and let them do what they want to do out there?
Let them destroy their own city.
Yeah, let them destroy Los Angeles. Let them destroy California, and then come all across the United States and destroying every other city. Shall he do that? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense at all. What's going on here? Much like the Elon Musk situation, he's came out with a lot of things against Trump here. He's, I'm thinking that, possibly that Elon Musk may have had a death threat, a serious death threat or something. Something has came up here that really is caused him to be kind of like the Amy Coney Barrett, just kind of like they were on the Trump train, kind of, so to speak, and were involved in doing the things that they should be doing, basically, and then there they are, just twisting all around 360 degrees, just really just switching totally. I mean, and going to the other side, it seems like. Yeah, I even heard Elon say a comment this past week that shall we start a third party? Mm-hmm. Shall we finally start a third party here and get involved with that, and do something on that issue? Well, we've tried that before in this country. It came kind of close with Ross Perot, but it really wasn't that close, not really. And so he saw what Ross Perot saw what that was going to turn out to be, and so he dropped out of the race too, So I don't really think a third party is the answer to the situation. But I was thinking about Trump, he may ought to just kind of like go ahead and let California fall off the map or something, or maybe even introduce a plan to where California can be their own country, maybe, and join Mexico or join Canada or something. Have the Canadian flag flying over California. Let's build a wall around California and make sure they can't go too far out in the ocean, I just really thinking that there's a lot of weirdos out there. There's a lot of weird stuff is going on originating from California, and it's sweeping all across the United States. And I watched those protests just a little bit today, and especially at around 4 p.m., the Fox News reporter out there, she had it at the top of the hour. It was like, okay, yeah, she was doing the report, and then all of a sudden the cameras switched on. It was like everybody was, it was like the cue. The lights are turned on. Here, action, on the movie here. They're going to get started. They're going to really get with it here. Mm-hmm. And yeah, there was some serious action there at 4:00. Really big time action out there, and with throwing rocks and bottles at the police and the guard members there. And then they were all of a sudden, the guard members and the police were having to fight back, and do some tear gas, and so I'm just thinking, that there's a lot of acting going on here too. What they're doing is just destruction, and they're doing a lot of acting, and really they just deserve to be put in a holding facility, I guess you could say, maybe, for a little while, and let's let them simmer down just a little bit, but the illegals, they've got to go back. They have to go back. They're taking our money away from us. They're taking what we deserve, and they're just causing a lot of trouble. And Rand Paul, in particular, is really, I think he's starting to see a little bit about this bill. Okay, this bill here. He don't want to do it because he's the major, the saving money on the deficit thing. He's really on that issue, but he's starting to see that the tax cuts will help people a lot, and so I think maybe he might come around. You were discussing this a little bit earlier. How many votes in the Senate can they give up? I think it's 3. I believe it's only 3 in the Senate that they can lose on that issue there. And so he's one of them, and let's see, Massey's the other one, and I think I'm not
Johnson,
sure about the other one.
Johnson, I think
Ron
it was.
Johnson.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, that's the one. So I believe that's the only 3 that they need to convince at least one of them to do something different, on that, and get this bill passed. Because if they don't, then we're going to be taxed like 63% more. Okay, immediately the tax cuts will turn into a big time tax that we'll have to pay. Okay, on things. So they need income tax and all that, is figured in on this. So they need to pass this bill, okay, because the time deadline is coming down to the nitty gritty here.
And Trump wants it before July the 4th. As we roll up on News Update, I don't know, maybe, you got to get Ron Johnson, Rand Paul, and Thomas Massey over the weekend. Newsmax got a memo from the Office of Management and Budget staff addressed to the White House communication staff, informing them that their message needs to focus on the One Big Beautiful Bill's impact on actual cuts to deficit spending. We're talking well over $1 trillion. More on that in our final hour, which is coming up after the news.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass says she's disappointed with how the protests have turned out, but says the deployment of the National Guard troops just adds fuel to the fire.
This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy.
Bass says she wants more information on when and where ICE agents may pop up next. The number of measles cases is nearing a 30-year high in America.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said Friday there are now over 1,100 confirmed cases of measles across 33 states nationwide, the total of just 258 cases in the U.S. last year. Federal health officials say 95% of this year's confirmed cases are in people who are unvaccinated or their vaccination status is unknown. I'm Lisa Carton.
The CDC, FDA, and public health officials in several states are investigating a multi-state outbreak of salmonella infections linked to eggs.
79 people across 7 states have gotten sick with the same outbreak strain of salmonella that has been tied to eggs. So far, 21 people have been hospitalized and no deaths have been reported. On Friday, August Egg Company, based in Hillmar, California, recalled over 1 million dozen brown cage-free and brown certified organic eggs due to potential salmonella contamination. The recalled eggs were sold to retailers and restaurants in Arizona, California, Illinois, Indiana, Nebraska, New Mexico, Nevada, Washington, and Wyoming. I'm Jim Forbes.
Atmospheric concentrations of carbon dioxide are climbing to their highest seasonal peak.
According to NOAA's Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii, last month marked the first time levels surpassed 430 parts per million. Scientists say carbon dioxide acts like a blanket by trapping heat as well as warming the lower atmosphere, and it can also fuel extreme weather events. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
A judge is temporarily blocking President Trump's proclamation restricting student visas at Harvard.
A U.S. district judge issued a restraining order stopping the policy from being implemented, saying it would cause immediate and irreparable injury. This comes after Harvard filed a lawsuit seeking to block the proclamation. After issuing the proclamation, Trump said entering the U.S. to attend college is a privilege, one that's tied to the institution's compliance and commitment to following federal law. That's something he says Harvard has failed in this respect, among many others. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Reddit is suing Anthropic, accusing the AI startup of breach of contract and unfair business acts.
Reddit said the company has been using the social media platform's massive trove of user content to train AI models, but has disregarded user privacy rules. Reddit noted that Anthropic has engaged in the unauthorized commercial use of its content. The suit filed on Wednesday calls for a jury trial to seek damages and to force Anthropic to abide by its legal obligations. I'm Matt Mattinson.
The first full moon of the summer season will arrive this week, the strawberry moon.
NASA says the strawberry moon will be visible in the night sky on June 11th, with peak moon viewing just before 1 a.m. Pacific time. Despite its name, the moon will not be pink, but it will look larger and brighter than usual. That's called a moon illusion, and it's due to the moon's low position in the sky that makes it appear larger. And do take a peek. Legend has it the strawberry moon brings luck and good fortune. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
And away we go. Final hour here on Monday, the greatest day of the week. So the back and forth on the big, beautiful bill. Elon touting the fact that it's going to increase the federal deficit by like $2.4 trillion. Yeah, meanwhile, the Office of Management and Budget, headed by its director, Russell Vaught, who is a vocal proponent of the bill, says, quote, on its own, the OBBB reduces, that's the one big beautiful bill, the OBBB reduces the deficit by over $1.4 trillion. Net mandatory savings of $1.7 trillion are partially offset by increases in one-time spending to finally and fully secure the border to defend our nation from invasion and to lower taxes from policies such as no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, that are partly offset with loophole closures in the tax code. Now the memo went on to argue that the one big beautiful bill is just one aspect, albeit a significant one, of the Trump administration's deficit reduction strategy, which includes increased tariff revenue, significant discretionary spending cuts, reversing the Biden administration's policies that expanded welfare benefits through regulations. Including those items, the administration has, in less than 5 months, actually started deficit reduction that could exceed $6.7 trillion over 10 years. Now, after passing the House, the bill has come up against opposition from several Republican hardliners in the Senate voicing concern about the impact on the national debt. In recent days, according to the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, Senator Ron Johnson, after meeting with President Trump, said his position on the situation has not changed because we're really at the stage of, okay, let's sit down and talk seriously. The Wisconsin Center has said he's putting together a report on the bill's impact on the national debt separately from the Congressional Budget Office. He also voiced skepticism about the bill passing before Trump's self-imposed July 4th deadline. Earlier last week, Johnson said the Senate had the numbers to block the legislation. He didn't elaborate on who they were or how many votes they actually had. But I think it's fair to say they've got Ron Paul, and as we were talking just a bit ago, Thomas Massie. Now, still, Vaught has expressed optimism about conversations that he's having with the Senate. Vaught said, I think we're in a good place on the bill. We're having excellent conversations. I don't think the extent to which there's opposing views on the outside are going to hurt our ability to pass the bill. And he said, I really don't. All right, so we got clear lines at 844-3388. I know horse feathers, due to his employer, is very closely monitored as far as adhering to the speed limit, right? So he shouldn't have any concerns. But there's a ton of people that drive like maniacs in the state of Maryland. Everybody's in a hurry. Speed cameras are coming. New rules take effect October 1. Speed cameras are used in counties that include Anne Arundel, Baltimore, Calvert, Charles, Montgomery, Prince George's, and Washington. There are 45 municipalities throughout the state that are also authorized to use them. The cameras are also permitted in highway work zones. Now, as of last year, work zone violations caught on camera included graduated fines. All other locales in the state had a maximum $40 fine for such speed violations. Now, OIDA contends the focus of the revenue-generating devices ignores the more logical and reasoned approach to roads and traffic, which is keep traffic moving in as safe a manner as possible. Now, the first new Maryland law sets escalating fines for violations caught on the cameras, ranging from that $40 up to $425. House Bill 182 sets $40 as the base fine for exceeding the posted speed by 12 to 15 miles per hour. That $425 maximum fine would be reserved for driving at least 40 miles per hour over the limit. Now, speaking to the House committee, that despite the presence of speed cameras, the current flat $40 fine fails to provide enough deterrent. People are willing, apparently, to fork over $40 when caught, allowing the reckless drivers to continue putting lives at risk. Now, he highlighted incidents on Maryland Route 210 or Indian Head Highway as justification for why these stronger penalties are needed. Once are often referred to as the highway of death. Stewart said speed cameras used along the route that connects Washington, D.C. to multiple suburbs recorded 204 drivers exceeding 100 miles per hour in a 2-month span from August of 2023 to October. One speeder was recorded doing 170. He says by aligning the penalties with the severity of the offense, we can hold reckless drivers accountable, which would be enough to deter dangerous speeding. Now, a related new law focuses on that stretch of Indian Head Highway in Prince George's County. Dating back to 2018, now that county has used speed cameras initially. Their use of cameras was limited to one intersection along the highway for 5 years. A year later, the state's second largest county was permitted to post up to 3 speed cameras for the highway. Then in 2023, they authorized doubling that to 6, the number of cameras along that route. You had a previous House Bill 349 said the new law creates the same fine structure as House Bill 182 for speed camera violations on that county's portion of the highway. In the Baltimore area, cameras are coming to 2 interstate highways in Baltimore County. They've authorized to place up to 6 speed cameras on Interstate 83 in Baltimore County. 8 cameras authorized for I-695 in the state's 3rd largest county. They can be placed on either direction along the interstate. Let's see. Users nabbed exceeding the posted speed by at least 12 miles per hour will now receive the automated tickets. Now, according to the law, fines collected are required to be used to cover roadway and safety improvement costs on both highways. Another new law increases from 2 to 4 the number of cameras along I-83 in Baltimore. The city is not part of Baltimore County, it says. Then lastly, in Montgomery County, the state's largest county, also in line to get more cameras, authorized the placement of cameras on State Route 200 or the Inter-County Connector in Montgomery County. Before cameras are posted, the State Transportation Authority is required to notify the public of the placement of the cameras and ensure there is signage, specified signage, notifying users that the cameras are there. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, I get back up to the calls here on a Monday. Morning, Double R.
Good morning, brother. How are you doing?
Doing all right. Another weekend in the books. Yep.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're headed south here on 75, just north of Cincinnati. So headed back down to Tennessee. Hey, real quick, these cameras that they're coming out with, is there a point system on the if you're violated by the camera? I mean, are you charged points? You know how it was years ago, or maybe still, reckless driving would be, 20 miles over the speed limit, 6 points off your driving record.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. Are they implementing that as part of this violation on the cameras? Or
that's a good question. I would presume you get points for a camera violation.
Yeah, I think they ought. I think they ought to enforce that as well. I think that would not a whole lot, but I think it would do some kind of an effect on.
Mm-hmm.
If these people cherish their driving record, my God, they're gonna take their foot up a little bit, But I mean, that's my opinion. Also, Steve, if you can remember, I was sitting there thinking when you were talking about Trump a minute ago. You remember years ago you had to have some kind of a military backing in order to become be able to enter the law or try to even become a president. You had to have some kind of military backing. Do you remember that?
That's that.
I mean, it was back
way back when.
Okay. Like that, yeah. Yeah. Well, I've noticed since they've done away with that, and we've had some good presidents, don't get me wrong, but everything has gone to hell in a handbag when they bring these presidents or Congress personnel or whatever that doesn't have any kind of military backing. I've noticed it, just really is getting stupid, and maybe it's me, I don't know, but I think they ought to go back to that as well. I mean, to be honest with you. I mean, what's your opinion on that? I mean,
well, Trump wouldn't be president if that was a requirement. I don't know.
I understand that, and there's some speculations. We do have some damn good presidents that we've had that has not had any military backing. I mean, Ronald Reagan and Trump, and but I think they ought to not really buckle down and enforce it, but make that part of a requirement, type thing, and and look at it, and you're a good president. You don't have no military. Yeah, you'll be fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Type deal. But I don't know. It is what it is. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Your brain starts thinking stupid crap. So,
so you guys been busy? They keeping you rolling out there?
Oh my gosh, yes, man. They're driving us crazy. We're the only team they have over here at where we're at, and if there's a driver that's not going to make their appointment, or they got some hot stuff that need to go, I mean, they're running us ragged. I mean, it's a good thing, but it gets old after a while, and it's really pushing me toward the retirement. I mean, it really is. I'm just, you don't get to rest properly, and normally when you're in a truck, you can't rest. I mean, when the truck's, I don't know about anybody else, but you don't sleep good. All you do is rest. There's no such thing as sleep. It's rest, because these damn roads are so damn rough, and it's crazy. But that's our occupation we pick. So it is what it is. So have to deal with it. But how's family doing?
Everybody doing all right. No complaints on this end.
That's good. That's a good deal. That's good. So, but anyhow, I'll let another caller get in. I'm just sitting there listening to you going down the road, and I guess we'll just let you go. And my team got beat tonight, but it is what it is.
So how
you don't watch the NBA?
No, where do they stand? Is it over? I guess what do they got? 2 games apiece or what?
No, it's Oklahoma's got one. They won one tonight, and then the other night Indiana won the first game, so they're tied at 2. Now they're going to Indianapolis for 2, and then they'll bounce back and forth, one apiece, and whoever ends up with the best out of 7-game series, or whoever first one ever hits 4 games, is pretty much your NBA. Yeah.
So right now they're at
but it's been good.
1 game apiece technically, 1 game apiece right now, and then they'll play 2 in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're Wednesday they play. Will be the 3rd game in Indianapolis, and then Friday would be the 4th, and then I think they'll bounce back to Oklahoma City either for Sunday or Monday. Yeah. Oklahoma, I mean. Yeah. For either Sunday or Monday game.
Gotcha.
And then just,
Well,
pretty interesting. But
I watched the highlights Friday morning after that first game there because, I had come across where they said that Indiana accomplished something that had never been done in NBA history, and that was being behind by 9 points or more with less than 3 minutes left in the game, and actually came back to win that game. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, they're a good ball team. These are really good ball teams. It's going to be a real good series, and I wonder if Ed got involved in with his Oklahoma Thunder. So.
Yeah, technically, his niece is actually one of the cheerleaders for them, the Thunder.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yes, sure enough.
So
he got family out there on the court during these games. Oh, and in answer to your question about speed cameras and points, now I think this is for the state of Ohio at least. So in our state, it says speed camera violations are treated as civil offenses rather than criminal ones. That means they carry a monetary fine, but do not lead to a conviction or points on your license. Because that they are civil, speed camera violations are not even reported to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, who handles maintaining the driver records. That means they do not appear on your driving abstract, which is used by the insurance companies. Since they're not reported to the BMV, generally they will not affect your car insurance rates. You can contest the citation by submitting a written request to the court, potentially arguing against the accuracy of the photo or another reason. And in most cases, you can typically pay the fine online, by mail, or in person, depending on the court's procedures. All right. While these violations do not affect your license points or insurance, they are still considered a violation and obviously result in a fine. Very interesting. No points, though. So you can just get one every day. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he's ready to enforce law and order as anti-ICE protests continue in L.A. The president spoke to reporters briefly on his way to Camp David today.
We see danger to our country and to our citizens, and we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order.
The comments come after President Trump ordered the deployment of 2,000 members of the California National Guard. California Governor Gavin Newsom criticized that move, calling it purposefully inflammatory. Doge's access to sensitive Social Security data is being restored by the Supreme Court.
The High Court lifted the order blocking the Social Security Administration from granting Doge access to the information. This marks a win for the Trump administration. Doge will now have access to the sensitive information of millions of Americans, as it says it tries to get rid of fraud and modernize outdated systems. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
keep the bugs off your glass, and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pick it up where we left off there on a Monday. Hello to 5-7. Hope you had a good weekend. Get some interesting conversation going there, guys, don't you? All right, Plowboy, welcome back.
Well, thank you for taking me back there, Steve. But earlier, y'all were talking about I think it's Kyle Larson getting they're trying to tame him down a little bit on the racing. Was that not Tony Stewart that kind of got hung up in that mess?
Like I said, I can't recall who it was.
I think it happened. Well, I was wanting to say it was Tony after that deal up there, and because he was racing every damn thing he could get his
right
into. And
yeah.
So, especially right after that sprint car incident, when what should have happened. But anyway, because the other one was ignorance. But okay, speed limit this camera, speed catchers, whatever. Sorry, but it couldn't be points on your license, though, Steve. Irregardless how much anybody would want them. Because what is to say, Double R has got a good Dodge Hellcat. He parks it out there in front of your house. Now you're going to see how much rubber you can burn off them damn tires. How could it go back to Double R's license?
Mm-hmm.
That would be the biggest problem of chasing back. But I do agree to the 12 to 15 over. I have not got a problem with that. So, only time I could say the problem would be, and you know when it would be, because trying to maintain the speed of the other traffic. That might be the only thing I could have an objection to. And you know yourself, 275, 75, 71. Hell, if you're driving the speed limit, you're getting your ass run over.
Correct. Yep.
But I can see somebody like you just named quite a few incidents, 100 plus. Now my question is this: if you get tagged by one speed camera, you go 2 miles up the road and you get tagged by the other one, do you get the 2 tickets or you only get the one on the camera? I'm being very.
I have no idea. I mean, I don't know how many miles apart the intervals are going to be on the darn things, but I would just assume, I mean, they're snapping photographs and they generate the ticket automatically, right?
So you figure 420 and you hit 5 cameras, damn, you just you just kind of threw your car payment out the damn window for the next couple, 2 or 3 damn months plus. But maybe that's one of the ways they can fill these damn potholes. Because, saying pothole, Colorado, the other day, I think it was Colorado 470 up right around Denver. Did you catch where thinking about the potholes? They had literally damn near created accidents from the poor people hitting shoulders because of one damn pothole formed over in less than 30 minutes. They were just literally busting their tires just as they were hitting. Mm-hmm. And like, damn, that had to be one deep damn pothole. But I don't know. Just things to think about. Damn, I just can't imagine going so far. I mean, they were literally having to tow them away. But now, what y'all in Double R was just talking about with the president. Who was our first president that was not a part of the military? Would that not been Clinton? I can't think of anybody passed for him.
Boy, there was.
Reagan, I mean,
there's a whole bunch before him. I'd have to. I'd have to. You're trying to get me backed into a corner on presidential history. I don't know. That's. All right, I'll have to do some homework. Thanks so much. What do you say, Rubber Duck?
So it's the greatest day of the week, huh?
Yeah, so says Captain Ron.
So let's stay on the speed camera thing here. I had a chance to challenge a lawmaker from Indiana that co-sponsored the bill to introduce tolling on existing interstate highways.
Mm-hmm.
He feels that anybody that traverses Indiana on I-70 or any other road that doesn't stop to buy a candy bar needs to pay a toll. That's his attitude to fix the roads. So I brought up the speed cameras that they have down in Indianapolis in the construction zones. Well, that's not revenue. Well, then where the is the money going?
Mm-hmm.
If it's not revenue, if it I'm proponent of speed cameras all over Indiana because, to be honest, I'm tired of people passing me at 100 miles an hour. If these steer tires are taking, I'll turn this bitch up. And I don't drive like that no more. I sit 65, 68 miles an hour, 60 on the 2 lanes in the 55, so I'm not holding nobody up. But there's no recourse. There's if it does not go back to your driver's license, then it's not going to stop people from speeding. And I lent my car to my neighbor, and I let him go hot rod it, and he got the ticket. Well, then you need to prove it, and your neighbor needs to get the points.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a lot of people that need to be riding the bus. There's a whole lot less mass transit buses out there with people on it, and there's a whole lot more people out there with no insurance that are causing wrecks and that are basically just adding stress to everybody's life, not just the truck driver. You know, kids in a school bus on a field trip. You know, some knuckleheads zipping in and out of traffic runs in the back of the bus. The whole world is in too much of a darn hurry. And I didn't mean to get up on that soapbox today, but the only way to get them to learn is to hit them in the pocket. And I'm done. Other than that, I drove by the Michigan International Speedway today on the way over here. That just really, really rubbed salt in that wound of having to work on a Sunday when the race was going on. But those lovely ladies that still remembered to show us their hooters when we drove by, I'd like to thank 6 of them. Booby shot. 6 of them. All right, anyway. Get to another more intelligent caller, because evidently I wasn't the one you were looking for. Toodaloo, buckaroo.
No doubt about it. You were doing something called distracted driving. No two ways about it. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning. To my fellow Hoosier there, we need Doge in Indiana. We don't. He's talking about talking to the politician. I know this will sound strange, but the politician, all they do is raise the revenue. We have some sort of a funky department that actually, I don't know, they spend the money. And it's a guy that I've even forgotten his name, but he was with OWIDA, and he was talking about how the state of Indiana, and he was also a Hoosier. They have this department that once the bills are authorized and the revenue starts to roll in, that this organization then decides how they're going to spend the money. And it's been a few years ago since that went down, but the result of it is this: the lottery money that was supposed to go to education, a lot of that has had to go to refund the farmers and pensions funds because somebody didn't invest properly, and on and on and on it goes. So the money is not being, it's being raised. It just isn't being well spent in Indiana. So that might kind of help him out a little bit. And I wish that, like I said, when I seen that, I thought, because I used to be in contact with a lot of different politicians, and they just kind of stand there and dumbfounded like, but they didn't want to talk about this other organization that was actually in charge of spending the money. So the deal there with Trump and Musk and Doge, I mean, I really don't even know where this all started, but Musk should be aware, since he's had a lot of government contracts, and actually that space contract pretty well bailed him out and put him on the road to where he could make the other money. He has a lot of government support, and he is an important part of the Space Force and privatizing space exploration and all this other stuff. So I don't know where Trump's coming from. He's talking about canceling contracts and stuff. So, you know, where are they going with this stuff? It just seems to be a silly feud to me. And the other thing is just a basic principle of management. You have to spend money sometimes to make money, and you don't want to cut things too low, or you wind up costing yourself more money. And the big thing that they found out was that Social Security, that and one of the reasons they had so much fraud was years ago they did a change. Social Security used to have a lot of regional offices, and somebody got the bright idea that it could all be ran out of Baltimore, Maryland, and they would just pay attention to zip codes. And that has not worked out at all, because it's allowed a lot of people to get away with a lot of fraud, whereas when the regional offices people had to report to the regional offices. They kept a lot tighter control on that. And the other thing is that the politicians themselves, going back to them, when they could borrow money from the Social Security Trust Fund, just like they did with the Highway Trust Fund, that's when everything started really running off the rails. So, you know, Doge is a good thing. It doesn't that department doesn't have to necessarily stay, but they need to get to the inspector generals and see why they haven't been doing their job. And if they don't go ahead and fund the government, all this stuff that they have made, you know, it all takes money. The law enforcement, border patrol, the border enforcement. You know, that was saying is you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So why are they getting into this little feud about you going to increase the deficit, or they don't really know. It's kind of like I hate to use this analogy, but it's kind of like the global warming or whatever they want to call climate change. It's all based on computer models. Somebody, you know, they have. They make a lot of suppositions in these computer models, and the old time saying in the computers was garbage in, garbage out. So why they're even, to me, they don't know. They really don't know the effects of a lot of this, and so if they cut down on the amount of crime that is occurring, that means there are fewer people that are happen to be incarcerated. There are a few people suffering losses, like most drug dealers or druggies. They have to steal money every day. They do a lot of damage to people, and financially, just, I don't know what Pappy's up close to that now, but he probably could tell you about how many dollars it costs the society as a whole for a person to steal. I'm just going to throw this figure out. For them to buy $1 worth of drugs, they have to do $30 worth of criminal activity to come up with that dollar, you know. And all of that is non-taxed income. The underground economies, when they that's going on. So I really don't know why they're all getting hung up on this, and it's kind of aggravating to me that it is. And course, one of the things that I don't understand, the USDA is now turned into more of a welfare agency, worrying about these people, with their EBT cards and WIC and one of these other things, which a lot of the money that is being spent is not being used to increase income to farmers, which was the original justification for that. Because when I go into some of these little convenience stores and stuff, and you'll see, well, we take EBT cards for different things that has nothing to do with increasing the purchases of foods, which in turn increases the income to farmers. So, and that's back to the climate change thing. The reason farmland prices are through the roof is the government is giving money to put up these solar farms and everything. I haven't looked at it, but it's absolutely ridiculous the amount of money that the government is paying to put up those solar farms. And a lot of people are buying up farmland not to farm, but just to get the income from the solar farms. And they're regular companies that they're going to all these farmers and offering them real fat contracts to put the solar farms up there. And like a lot of the agricultural lawyers are warning these farmers that are doing that, hey, if something goes wrong and these people can't live up to their contract, they're just going to pack up and go, and you're going to be stuck with figuring out what you're going to do with all that solar paraphernalia. So there's so many things going on right now, and money is being spent to where it is not really making the market. It's not the whole idea of government spending. It was to, I guess you'd say, kind of be a catalyst to private income, to private spending and everything. So that going back to this whole deal, the people that are up there on Capitol Hill, whether they're in the House of Representatives or in the Senate, they have to know all this. So I guess their ox is getting gored and doing. And the one really big thing is if they would let the government spend government money instead of contracting out to all these churches and private nonprofits and everything else, they would probably be amazed at how much money that they could save just in that alone. Because when somebody when their livelihood depends upon spending government money, I can't see where they're really going to be all that efficient in spending the money. They're going to be looking around for other ways to spend money.
It's always easy to use somebody else's credit card, right? Heck yeah. Spare no cost. Hey, quick timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by Specialized science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, heading down the home stretch here on a Monday. Yeah, there's Knucklebuster. What kind of bull on it you got? Good morning.
Oh, well, I got a little bit of bull on it, but not a whole lot. The speed camera tickets, they're just assigned to the vehicle. They're not assigned to the driver. The ticket gets mailed to whoever owns the car.
Mm-hmm.
If you weren't driving it, then you have to go to court to fight it. It's like, well, the red light cameras in Tennessee, they changed it where it's just a civil penalty. So those people, all kinds of people run them things all the time because it won't go against your license there. So enough of all that. But anyway, I want to give a Super 5 shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Sommers, Lauren Wheat, and to the granddaughter that's named after my mama. She showed up on my porch yesterday, Steve, to pick up something for her mama, and she found a dead bird on my porch. She was crying. She's a lifeguard. She tried to give the little bird CPR. So, I mean, such a sweet, tender heart, you know.
Yep.
She's only 17, so, yeah. So she's my girl, buddy. So anyway, well, we're getting on close to that. I don't know, all this junk is getting crazier all the time. Oh, I got a suggestion from President Trump out there for California. What was the name of that town up there in Michigan that had lead in the water?
Flint.
Yeah, well, they need to get some of that leaded water up there and put it in their water blasters instead of that rubbery water. And I guarantee you, when you put the lead to that butt, there'll be a whole lot of changing going on. Won't be all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All this craziness burning everything down. So anyway, but who knows? I got my water blaster loaded. I'm ready to go, see. So, all right, have a great morning, buddy. I'll let you wind this thing up. It's almost quitting time on a Monday morning. The worst day of the week.
Yeah, because we all got to get back to the old grind. Yes, indeed. All right. Well, I was asking Horse Feathers about what was supposed to be a beautiful weekend in the Northeast. AccuWeather said, a beautiful stretch of weather over the weekend. Going to give way to more storminess to begin the second week of June in the Northeast. Let me see here. We did see some rain, some thunderstorms begin returning to parts of the upper Ohio Valley, central Appalachians, and mid-Atlantic. There's Baltimore, Pittsburgh, D.C. Okay. And we're going to see more of that coming your way here on a Monday. Not talking about any widespread severe weather, but you may see a few gusty thunderstorms again here later this Monday. And with that, we are flat out of time. We'll close it out. Have a safe day. Thanks for being with us here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.